Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Ethan Van Sciver. Welcome to Comic Artist Pro Secrets. I'm your host, your friend, 28-year veteran of the destroyed, devastated comic book industry. And I've been here with you all along. Welcome. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to all of you. I welcome you to my home. I welcome you to my heart. I welcome you to the things I want to say today. Got a scar in my mouth right here. Got a scar in my mouth. And not only that, I'm taking the tree out for Andrea. She's like, Ethan, let's get rid of the Christmas tree. It might be a little bit dry. Christmas tree might be a little dry. This thing is 10 feet tall. It's the biggest Christmas tree I've ever had. I say, okay. And she's like, you want to get Hunter? No, no, I'll do it. So I take the Christmas tree out and dragged it out the backyard. I don't know when they're going to pick them up in our neighborhood, Christmas tree pickup. But I effed up my arm so bad. Look at the scratch. It's a Christmas tree. Christmas tree was so dry it scratched my arm like that. Hello, everyone. Hello. Let's see. Shadowhawk says, "Hail EVS." Uncle E, you look like my aunt, says Andro Taz. Hail Emperor Van Sciver says, Orc Cloud Clown Comet Cowboy. That time I said it perfectly, right out of the gate. Randy Siplin says, that's herpes, bro. Oh, I hope it's not herpes. Elam Shin says, are you a little chilly there, Ethan? I am a little bit chilly. It's chilly down in the basement today. I don't know what it's like outside. I have no idea. I slept most of the day, but it is a little bit chilly right here at this moment. So I put on a sweater and a hat. Now I'm feeling very comfortable indeed. I'm happy to be here, happy to be streaming with you guys. 200 Watt Studios like, hail, sir, thank you for the stream. You're quite welcome. And Deef says, hello, EVS. I am not a comic book guy myself, but I wanted to say that your work and success has been an inspiration. Keep fighting the good fight. Well, Deef, how can we make you into a comic book guy? Is there any chance that somebody like you would consider learning to make comic books a part of your regimen? Good stories, and especially Cyberfrog. I mean, that's the main thing that I want to convince you of. Is there any way that we could get you to start backing Cyberfrog campaigns, you and everyone that you know? Because that's what we got right now. Cyberfrog Wrecked Planet, Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet. The sequel. Now, hold on a second. Let's back up a minute. Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet, the sequel to one of the biggest crowdfunding comics of all time. I mean, the first Cyberfrog book, Blood Honey, made $1,066,000. That's a lot. That is a lot. It was great. And everybody said, you can't do it again, Ethan. There's no way that you can do it again. And then I proceeded to do it again. Here's Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet.
My name is Heather Swain. Philadelphia has always been my home. Life was good until it happened. I'm friends with a cybernetic enhanced human-like frog created to save Earth. Nobody appreciated or understood him, but I did. We were good friends who enjoyed hanging out with a bucket from the chicken fry. Just me, Cyberfrog, and his very large brother, Salamandroid. Until the invasion hit. They rained from the sky. These space invader giant hornets attacked everyone, killing more than could stay alive, and covered the earth with giant blood honey hives. They can't fly near trees, so we hid in the woods, burning endless fires to keep them away, wearing red so they can't see and kill us all. The last time I saw Cyberfrog, he told me he'd track me down. But it's been decades, and there's been no sign of him. Yet I can't shake the feeling he is not gone. I believe he will return again, We need Cyberfrog and his brother Salamandroid to return and fight off these invaders, to take back our wrecked planet so we can live without fear. If you see my friend Cyberfrog, tell him I need him. We need him to save the world. This is Cyberfrog, Wrecked Planet. Join the fight.
Where are you, Froggy? Join the fight. Join the fight on Indiegogo. I was pretty excited today because, let me see. Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet actually just earned another $20,000. It looks really nice now. 1.1 million and $20,000. 2 backers away from 10,400 backers. This is phenomenal. Some of you guys saw me working on Cyberfrog Wrecked Planet yesterday. I told Andrew, I said, I'm living the life of a comic book artist again. The way that I used to with DC, because I want to get so much done this year. Somebody said to me, why don't you do this every month? I said, I did. What are you kidding me? Do this every month? That'd be crazy. I would have no life. It would be nothing but, drawing comics and fulfilling comics all day long. Every month. Be insane. No, this is fine. We're working at the right pace right now. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I want to show you something else with regards to Cyberfrog. I don't know if you guys care or not. Probably don't. Like 90% of you in the crowd probably don't care now, but you might care. I might convince you to care. That's all I want to do. I want to inspire you guys to care more about the things that I care about. All right, so warts and all, the Cyberfrog warts and all campaign is well underway. We're at the printer. We're doing cool stuff. I showed a video today of what the dummy book looks like. You guys said it was my best work thus far. It's just a blank book. The book was blank, had nothing on the pages. And some of you smart asses said that's better than anything you've ever done. It was blank. Were you kidding? You were kidding, right? David Smith says, congratulations, Team USA World Junior Ice Hockey Champions. No, not one player knelt for the anthem. Well, that's good. You don't want to kneel for the anthem. All right. In any case, here's another piece. Here's another piece of the warts and all campaign. The warts and all campaign is really, really, really good. I'm impressed with myself. Doesn't take much for me to be like, well, Ethan, you're a pretty righteous dude. You really are. You go out of your way for people. Some of you have been asking, where are the trading cards? Let's get some more trading cards. Yes. Well, where do we put them? Where do we put the trading cards? We put them here. This is the Cyberfrog warts and all bonus trading card album. Cyberfrog Series 1. As you can see, this is what it's going to look like. But I yelled at them, and we're going to fix this one thing. They put the rivets here. They put the fucking rivets here. Right in the logo and right in the all caps comics logo. Let me put one right in your. Anyway, we moved the art, so we changed things around. So these rivets will not be in the way. They will not be interfering with the artwork. But these are the trading card albums. We've got them. They're on their way. As you can see, they're 3-ring binders. They are absolutely beautifully conceived, beautifully designed. Incredible. I think you guys will like having these, and they're free. I mean, look, if you back the Cyberfrog warts and all campaign and bought a copy, any copy of the hardcover, you are getting one of these. And that's really, really cool. We're good, man. We're doing good stuff. It makes me feel happy for myself. It makes me feel like I'm making the world a better place. Also, I ordered another 200 copies of two different things. I ordered 200 bonus copies of the hardcover in the slipcase with Frogapalooza, because I don't think we're going to have enough to meet demand. I ordered 2,000 and sold 1,600. So that would leave 400 left to sell on eBay. We know how we put a new product on eBay, they go pretty quickly. So I ordered an extra 200. So we should have 600. We should have 600 left over. And that should be good. Here's Narwhal. He says, "Good evening. A quick plug for my new book, 499 on Indiegogo." As if 499 or 499. How do you pronounce that? Let me take a look at this and see if Zach has any. If Zach gives us a clue. I haven't watched the video for this at all. Narwhal. I haven't seen it. So let me let's put that up now. This is Narwhal and Richard C. Meyer, otherwise known as Yo Boy Zach, and their new book together. Oh, I did watch this. Oh. Oh. Well, that didn't teach me a goddamn thing. Excuse my language. Sorry, Dad. That didn't teach me anything. Not at all. But it was a nice bit of animation. I'm not sure how to pronounce it at all. All right. Let me see here. Story. Sometimes I just feel like doing 499 push-ups and calling it a day. 499 Book 1 is a 72-page color graphic novel that takes place in an alternate history where the U.S. fought a ground war with Russia in Europe during the 1980s and 1990s. After victory was achieved, millions of traumatized veterans returned home and remade the United States in their image. Military service is mandatory upon high school graduation. Marriage and procreation are highly encouraged by the state to make up for the massive amount of deaths in the war with Russia. That means you get to bone a lot of chicks. How is polygamy? Is polygamy considered is it encouraged by the state? Because if there were fewer men available because of the war and lots of women, fertile women who are making eggs inside of their uterus and need them to be fertilized in order to create children, fertilized with sperm through sexual intercourse. Is that encouraged by the state? I would hope so. Not enough men, too many women, That's just a smart idea. I wonder why no religion ever thought of doing that before. If I started a religion, that's what I would do. I would encourage polygamy. Yeah. Yet nubile, fertile young women. Trev M808 says, "Please explain more." I think I've done enough. I think I've done enough. All right. So are there three vicious veterans? Wait, are the three vicious veterans who run the town being targeted for the things they did during the war or how they act during peace? Here's some beautiful Narwhal artwork. Narwhal, I don't know how you do it, but I'm glad that you do. And we've got some more description. Vice and Nikki are best friends, high school seniors, almost ready to ship out when the first disruption happens. Sometimes I just feel like doing 499. It's spray painted on the scoreboard of the football field. This single act of rebellion pushes the older generation into a rage because you're supposed to do 500, not 499. Do less, I guess. That's my guess. A hunt for the dissident in the community is launched. It turns out to be Cecil. And the kids are left scrambling. Who or what embodies this chaotic element introduced into the town? Is it one of them? Is it more than one? And here we go. This looks like a very cool kind of sci-fi story. 499 Book 1 mixes Cold War era paranoia, my favorite kind, with the slasher movie aesthetic of the 1980s. Traditional conflict between adolescents and adults is amplified by the decades of trauma that the older veteran generation experienced. The parents are terrified that their children are too weak to defend the nation. The kids are terrified of the extreme expectations that their war hero parents put on them. Something is going to break. And it's going to be this guy's penis, often this girl right here. I hope so. Procreation, guys. Do not waste your youth. Do not waste the time that you have to sow your wild oats. Procreate. I think it's what God wants. It's definitely what the state wants. Let's see. Anthony Ariba says 100 times better than the trash woke PC we get nowadays. That's correct. So back 499. Sometimes I feel like doing 499 push-ups, but I don't. Today I got on my, some of you guys are busting my balls about having bought a Peloton. And you guys are acting as though I never use it. I use it all the time. I used it today. I got on the Peloton. And those of you who know what my screen name is on Peloton, you can look this up to see that I am telling you the truth. I got on my Peloton and I hooked it up to my Bluetooth so that it blared through the speakers in my office. And I said, I can do it. Sometimes I feel like kicking some ass. And I chose a difficult track, and it was a 45-minute Bon Jovi race. So there was some hot chick. She's riding a bike. She's acting like it's no big deal. And she's playing the greatest hits of Bon Jovi. She's like, we're going to start from 1983. We're going to bring Bon Jovi all the way up to present day. And I'm like, this is like, I'm deliberately trying to break a sweat now. Like, I'm like, no, not Bon Jovi, but I'm Jersey. I'll listen to a little Bon Jovi. Sure. It was mostly that it was difficult. And I said, if I can just do this, I could do anything. 45 minutes of intense Peloton training. If I can do this, I can do anything. I told myself, if I can survive this, if I can succeed at this, there's nothing I can't do. And so I got on my Peloton. I had Bon Jovi playing. I was living on a prayer. I did 10 minutes and then gave up. But it was 10 hard-fought minutes. You understand? This is competitive Peloton. This is, this was tough. They had the, you have to turn it to I don't know, increase how tough it is to spin the wheels. They had it turned up to like 66. I was like, that's enough of this. Eventually, I said. And the thing is, I had to this was the shameful part. The shameful part was I stopped pedaling, and there was no way to stop the video from continuing to play the workout. And my name was still up there. And I had to turn the power off of the whole bike. And then I went and I laid down on the couch and I tried to watch a Fatty Arbuckle movie. Yeah. No, that's what I did. That's what I did just now. But the shame of not being able to just pause. Here's what was shameful about it. Not being able to just quit. Not being able to just walk away. Not being able to stop the workout. Stopping pedaling while everyone else was continuing to pedal. And I saw 36,000 people were doing this exercise at the same time as me. And I was the only one that dropped out. That I could see. Force Goes Fabio says, this is worse than Sober Cecil, Cobra Kai review. No, I'm not doing a Cobra Kai review. I'm telling you guys how things are going right now. I'm not talking about Cobra Kai. We're going to be talking about other things today. All right, so here's the thing. You guys are the best. I treat you guys as though you are close family. I love you guys, but there are bitches out there. There are complete and total bitches. There are social justice warrior bitches out there that not only treat you guys badly, and they do treat you guys badly. They treat you guys with absolute disdain. It makes me want to just like that when I think about how they treat you guys. But not only do they treat you guys poorly, they treat their own customers poorly. Your boy Zach sent this over to me today. They do. Your boy Zach sent this over to me today. He's like, I'm making a video about this. I'm like, I don't know if I want to make a video about it. It seems more like live stream fare. This fucking bitch, Alex DeCampi, and I'm sorry, I use that advisedly. I say fucking bitch advisedly. I say it advisedly, meaning I've been thinking about it. I'm like, should I say fucking bitch? Should I say that? Are there other better phrases that I could use to describe Alex DeCampi and her behavior? Maybe I could think of a better one. And then I decide, no, I'm going to just go with fucking bitch. So that's what it means. Carefully considered. Alex DeCampi did a campaign here on Kickstarter. She did it with David Bowie's son, Duncan Jones. This is David Bowie's kid. I didn't know that. And together they raised a lot of money. They raised $366,000. This is absolutely beautiful artwork. Alex DeCampi somehow associated, somehow grifted onto this, I guess. I don't really know how this works out. I think everybody's afraid of her. I literally think people are afraid of Alex DeCampi. She is the leader of the Whisper Networks. She's the one who came up with the idea. Hey, let's all get together and talk some shit and pick targets and figure out ways to join up together in unison and attack, non-social justice warriors and destroy them. We can do that if we plan up carefully, if we coordinate our attacks. We can absolutely do that. So Alex DeCampi also into crowdfunding here. And books are late. The books are late. They didn't ship. So this is the thing. When my books don't ship, it's a lot of other people's fault, but not yours. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. It's everyone else's fault. Okay, let's just establish that right now. You and I together, me as the creator, as the pater familias of the campaign and, of All Caps Comics. I am not to blame. It's not my fault somehow. It's not your fault. How could it be your fault? You're the ones who paid money for this. It's other people's faults, okay? It's other people's fault. With Alex DeCampi, it's your fault. It is your fault that your book isn't here. Look at this. Post-holiday, where's my book update? Here's what I want to say before I even start this. Ladies, don't angry update your Kickstarter campaign when you're on your period. Take a Midol, relax. If it is time, if your uterine wall is shedding an egg, which is unfertilized, I think that's what a period is. I don't know very much about girls. I will say this. Do not update your campaign. Do not talk to your fans when you're feeling a little grouchy. Don't do it. Hold on, let me see who's here. Thank God, it's Cecil. Cecil, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Cecil, you know Alex DeCampi?
Yes.
Oh my God, and you're sober too. Jesus. There's no hope.
I think I have some acid lying around. Should I take it?
I think that's okay that you take that. That doesn't count as alcohol.
It doesn't, but it's too much of a commitment at 12:30 at night.
Yeah. All right. Maybe you should take it anyway. And you're going to need it after I read this to you, Cecil. This is a nightmare. This is Alex DeCampi. She has not shipped all of her books out. She's been getting some complaints from the people who gave her money. People gave her $366,610, those assholes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She posts this today. This is her post-holiday quote. Where's my book update?
I'm just gonna copy and paste this into my thing.
Oh, you should. That would be funny. All right, listen to this. Hey, everyone. First things first. Some of you going, where's my book, didn't actually pay your backer kit shipping, so your book hasn't been sent. There's like 200 of you. We re-invoiced all of the deadbeats, folks, who forgot to pay for their shipping in late December, around the 23rd or 20th. Oh, Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, you get a bill from Alex DeCampi. Let me get right on that, right? Let me get on that. Yeah, I donated to your campaign to help you make your comic book. You send me another bill. Let me get right on that, right on Christmas. Maybe the next bill that you send me, you could send me on my wedding day. Let me get right on that. Or you'll call me a deadbeat, evidently. We get called deadbeats. It was via Shopify, which also should remove any issues some of you might have had around BackerKit's checkout process. We're not using BackerKit again. Wow, BackerKit crushed. Low-key shade.
When was this due?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me see. Campaign here. See when it was due. November. So people should have had it in November. It's not that late.
That's not late.
It's just normal. Yeah, we would say that's not late. What do you mean? Okay, so it's supposed to be in November. People are complaining a little bit like, hey, I didn't really get my book yet. And she comes out fist flying. Okay, watch this. We're not using BackerKit again. So if you're like, I kind of blew off my BackerKit, maybe get on paying that resent invoice so we can send you your stuff. Maybe you want to do that, Cecil. Why are they like this? Women, I mean. Why are they like this?
Just tone it down. It's so cunty.
I mean, fuck, dude. This is the thing. It is cunty. These people gave you money. They gave you money for this. They gave you a lot of money to make your dreams come true in advance, way in advance of you getting to make the project. A little impatient. They're seeing other people get the books. They want their books, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Like I said, Cecil, do not update your campaign on your period or when you're premenstrual cramps. You know the premenstrual cramps that ladies get?
Mm-hmm.
Makes them very grouchy.
That's from the lining of their uterus ripping off.
Right, exactly.
Falling out into chunks.
Mm-hmm. Looks like blood,
Looks like ragu.
You could use a maxi pad to fix that or a tampon. We'll plug that up from what I understand. But that's not going to affect your mood. You're still going to be a bitch, So I would say just, don't do this. Like if you're feeling a little bit testy, don't update your backers. Unless this is how you are all the time.
Maybe that's her charm.
Maybe
people would just be cruel to me, Alex. Yell at me. I gave her $500 and she called me a shithead.
That's what's happening here.
Oh.
All right, here we go. Soft covers are arriving all over Europe. We've had people in England, Wales, fucking Welsh, the Netherlands, and Belgium post at having received theirs. Folks in North America should all have their soft covers too. If you haven't, it's likely because you forgot to pay your shipping via BackerKit or you bought a bundle of books and we're waiting to ship your soft cover with the hardcover. We're still waiting for confirmation on the hardcover and deluxe books and the Kickstarter extras arriving both in the US and German warehouses. As soon as we actually touch them, we will post and let you know. We think it's going to be sometime this week, but at this point, I'm basically like, shrug emoji, don't know about everything shipping related. So it's kind of your problem, Cecil.
We're sorry, Alex. What did we do wrong?
How can we make you feel better about you fucking us over? What can we do?
She's mad at us and we deserve it.
For your information, the disparity in delivery time between the soft covers and hard covers is because the soft covers were printed in Canada, but the hard covers were printed overseas because there was actually no printer in North America that had capacity to print oversized hardbacks in 2H 2020 due to COVID! Exclamation point. Due to COVID!
No.
So the hardback deluxe and Kickstarter extras all got printed in China by the same printer that printed the fucking gorgeous Gorillas book for Z2.
Jesus Christ.
And it was all fine until the second wave of COVID hit and sea shipping just took so long. We're super happy we picked a German distributor for Europe than a UK one right now. Gotta tell you. To the couple of people whining that in this massive, fucked up, pandemic-ridden logistical nightmare of a year, their European softcover hasn't arrived, but the book is available on Amazon UK, I would remind you of a few things. Number one, you all beat us up to get the lowest shipping price possible, which meant way slower shipping as the books had to go to a European distributor, and you can't have it both ways, friends. So, number two, you're getting a ton of Kickstarter exclusive extras that you can't get on Amazon. No, you're getting a ton of Kickstarter exclusives that you can't get on Amazon. And three, it's only the soft cover on Amazon. We always said the soft cover would go retailer. We always said that. The hardcover and deluxe are Kickstarter only, with a few left from the rump end of the print run on the Z2 web store we were going to sell at conventions when we naively thought conventions would happen again. They're never happening again, Cecil.
Oh, she's really letting us have it.
Lastly, this is the best part. Lastly, number 4, I'd really like to see you do better. Fucking bitch.
I couldn't. I'm a worm.
What a fucking bitch. We didn't volunteer to. I mean, I don't think your customers volunteered to try to do better. You know, it's kind of like when you say, when a fan says, hey, this artist like isn't that good. And then somebody else goes, well, I'd like to see you do better. Now, hold up. Like, the fan isn't somebody who said, I'm a comic book artist. I'm going to publish my drawings. You know, it's not on him to try to do better, Cecil.
No.
All right. It's not on them to try to do better shipping your shitty comic books.
I'm sorry we let you down.
The abuse.
Oh.
You have to be a fucking, you know what? Like, the funny thing about this is I really think SJW men like need to be talked to like this. They like to be talked to like this.
Step on my balls.
Oh my God. I'm reading the new Jedi book by Charles Soule, and like there's a bitch of like a captain, and like she's a ship captain, and she's perfect in every single way. And like I got like 6 pages into it and I had to stop. I couldn't read anymore because SJWs and me just are not compatible. They are insufferable. I cannot bear the way that they look at the world. But there's somebody on the ship who gets lectured by this bitch. There's a guy, he's just doing his job. She comes over and she's like, hello, do you think this is the best way to do it? Or maybe try it my way. And the guy's like, I guess I'll try it your way. And she's like, that'll work. Right in the first 6 pages of the book, I'm like, I got to get out of here. I can't. And people are asking me to review the whole book. I can't do it, Cecil.
Is it a novel or is it a comic?
It's a novel. It's Charles Soule wrote the novelization, The Light of the Jedi. It's fucking terrible. I mean, it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. But this is the thing. Like, I think that like these SJW males, these soy boys, they need to be talked to like this. And here's the thing: when you are an SJW female, when you're a feminist, and you're seeing that this is how you get to talk to people, why wouldn't you become one? If you're a complete and total bitch, or you've got one inside and you've always wanted to let it out, why wouldn't you become one of these? You get to talk to people like this.
It's rewarded.
Of course. Rule with an iron smirk. Rule with an iron consensus, says Smirk the Alien. I like rule with an iron smirk too. Eddie Winkler says, hey, EVS, Cecil in chat. Here's $21 since my $20 didn't make the cut last time. Whoa. Just kidding. I still love you, though. Wanted to let you all know that all the posters, trading cards, and prints have been ordered. Thank you again. Well, thank you very much, Eddie Winkler of Sovereign Wolf. Back Sovereign Wolf.
Yeah, all right. Beautiful looking book. I'm a backer.
Eddie Winkler says, got a jet. Good night, everyone. Please don't delete. I will not delete. I don't think. It depends on what we do. Probably nothing because we're sober. Probably nothing.
I could huff something. Can I? If I started huffing like cleaners or something.
Well, don't do it for me. Do it for yourself. You know what I mean?
I think I got a rag with some turpentine on it. I should do something.
Yeah. Again, if that's what you want to do, I want to make sure that that's what you want to do. All right, here's the last paragraph. For those of you who are like home over the holidays and sent 1 billion emails to Z2 support and got mad that you got form letters in response. I remind you that, again, numbers. Number one, Z2 is a small company that closes its offices for 2 weeks holiday over Christmas and New Year's, which means, what do you think? So you guys are allowed to close your doors over the holidays, but other people need to pay the bills that you send them, the invoices that you send them on Christmas Eve, you stupid bitch. Cecil, I'm only being fair at this point. We can't take your phone call, but you need to pay our invoice.
I love that she did it on Christmas Eve.
She's like, you deadbeats need to pay your invoices.
Merry Christmas, cocksuckers.
He closes her door for 2 weeks. Well, why don't you be patient for 2 weeks then while normal people celebrate the holidays and don't pay your invoices? And while that's going on, how about not calling them deadbeats? You know, I mean, how about not doing that? They were kind enough to back your. This is, I mean, astonishing. Brian Omar says, oh, a woman to that. A woman. A women. Why was it a woman, like singular, and a men, plural? Doesn't make any sense. You know, I got in trouble at church, Cecil, because, you know, you have to say the prayer. You have to give the invocation or the benediction in front of everybody sometimes. And I got up there and I tried to get away with this just to make my friends laugh. You close out a prayer, a Mormon prayer, by saying, in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, gay men. And like all my friends just erupted in church with the fits, you know, the giggles. And my dad grabbed me by my ear, took me outside. In the name of Jesus Christ, gay men. All right.
He told you not to play with He-Man.
Number 2, Rebecca, our support gal, was not working and not able to answer your queries. I think some of us have been spoiled by mainly ordering from large retailers and expecting 24/7 service even on Christmas Day. This bitch just got done. Some of you folks forgot to pay your shipping in late December around 23rd, 24th. It was via Shopify. Pay your invoices.
Christmas is canceled, motherfuckers.
We're on it. We're responding as fast as we can. Books are on their way. How did 272 cucks completely like this?
Oh, I liked it 270 times.
272 people clicked. Oh, thank you, ma'am. May I have another?
Oh, I brought my own paddle.
I can't take it, Cecil. I hate these people so much. I shouldn't feel that way. I should not have such a fiery hatred in my heart for them. But I do. They're awful people. They're terrible people. The worst imaginable.
Yeah, when people start complaining that they don't get my book, I'm just going to make up lies. I'm not going to yell at them. For
goodness sakes, it's not their fault that you con them, you know? Right.
In a way, they'll be getting creativity from me. They're forcing it out of me. Now I have to keep coming up with new stuff. Isn't that better than a book, really?
It's the show. It's the overall experience of Cash Grab that I think
90% of the people have said that if they get a book, they're going to fucking riot.
I don't want people to riot. Let's just not give them books. Wow. Let's just, in your case, let's not. Now I have to, Cecil. I'm going to be giving everybody their books. I got stuff coming in right now. I just showed everyone, if you back the Warts and All campaign, we got the trading card binders in. What do you think of this?
That's gorgeous.
Thank you. It is gorgeous, except for one fucking thing. Look at this. Not ribbit, because it's Cyberfrog, but rivet. And then rivet right through the C in Cyberfrog and right through the all caps logo. So we had to fix that. We got them to fix that. We moved the artwork and we made a little adjustment. But yeah, these are free. I mean, if you back the Warts and All campaign at the $30 level, we made you a trading card binder. You don't have to use it for trading cards. You can use it for anything. It's just a 3-ring binder. But it's a gift. It's a free gift from us to you.
If you are a serial killer, could you take newspaper clippings about your murders and put them in there?
That's the best way to not get caught, you know, when you're obsessing about a singular string of murders that all bear something in common and you clip them out.
If you're watching one of those documentaries in like 15 years and they catch a guy and he's got all his clippings in that binder.
Mm-hmm. We've seen that.
In your binder in the Salamander. They're
Oh,
showing it in the documentary. They open up his binder and it's the fucking Salamandroid one. It's filled with fucking.
I'd be honored by that. I would be
Andrea,
so
come
honored.
here.
Our binder's on TV. The California Strangler. He collected all of his killings. He was doing a clippings book.
The Bone Collector. He's a fan.
The Bone Collector is a fan. What is that called? You know, they have those Hollywood like clipping services, and it might be called a clipping service where you can hire them. And what they do is they look at all like printed media and they will clip out any mention of you and they'll collect it for you. I mean, do serial killers get to do that? Can you just hire a clipping service? It's like I'm Ted Bundy. I want every single. Listen, I'm very media savvy. I want to know what the people are saying about me. I want to know the impression that people are getting about me. And then, just
with so much digital media, you can't be expected to catch everything. So
no, and sometimes you want to just sit down by the fire and read about the terror that you've caused, all over your community. That's what I would want to do. I don't know. I don't want to project my own feelings onto Ted Bundy, but that's what I would want to do. So anyway,
if you're busy making like a 4-person tent out of human skin, you don't have time to clip your own articles.
No, that's a lot of work. You have to dry it. First you have to skin then you have to lay the skin. How do you dry skin?
You tan it, you dry it, and then you treat it with like a chemical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What were you making? You're going to make a pup tent out of people? What did you say that you're going to make out of their skin?
A 4-person tent.
A 4-person tent?
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little ambitious.
Well, it's the Jack Show. What are you going to? You got to make enough room for everybody. Anyway, I don't care what you put in this. I just want you to have fun with it. I want you to get stuff from me and be happy that you got stuff from me. Who
wants to go camping alone?
A lot of guys from these documentaries I'm seeing go camping with their whole families, but come home alone. And then they go, I don't know what happened. I don't know where they were. I was just on a camping trip alone. And I came home and my family's gone. Those bitches.
I took the kids ice fishing on Christmas morning.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Best excuse ever.
Yeah. Well, we all go ice fishing on Christmas morning.
I packed up a toddler.
It's Christmas. I want to be sitting, near some ice hole, pulling a fish out from my Christmas dinner.
I started dating a stripper 2 weeks ago, and now I took my kids ice fishing.
Ice fishing on Christmas morning.
While somebody murdered my wife.
There's no connection. No, they didn't. She just disappeared.
She probably ran off.
Yeah. Slut. She's pregnant. Maybe she had a boyfriend. Look into it. Oh, I'm so broken up about it. We can't stop looking. Yeah, I mean, these guys are all the same. They have the same affect. I can't get enough of watching these documentaries where they get caught. It's so fun. It's just like, it is great. Scott Peterson is a good one. There's another guy. I can't remember his name. But he whacked out his wife and his 2 kids and shoved them in an oil well, It's just a thought. Cap Happy Shane Davis, how are you?
How are you guys?
What's up, Shane?
I just came in and all of a sudden I see Cecil with like a Cheshire cat smile. It's kind of off-putting there for a second.
He's happy about the murder stories we're telling. He's not, has nothing to do with you. We're talking about men who kill their whole families. And that's what I listen to when I'm drawing Cyberfrog. No reason, it's just
Shane, I'm just trying to figure out what sad story you're going to do to top a family being murdered.
He will be able to do it.
What?
He will do it.
Of course he will.
It's typical of Shane. 200 Watt Studio says grilled skin is so good, smoked is better with sauce. I think he means like chicken though. I love chicken. I've not eaten anything. Andrea is being very strict. She saw me. She's like, "What are you eating?" She called me up. I'm down here watching I'm down here watching a Fatty Arbuckle movie, you know, because I can't watch it upstairs. Because when I watch it upstairs, Ava comes in and goes, Cocomelon, you know, and she wants to watch anything other than what I want to watch. So my basement is where I get to watch my movies. And I thought to myself, I have a little air popper down here. So I went, I'm going to pop a little popcorn for myself. But I'm going to be careful about it. No salt, no butter. And so I popped a little popcorn. And at that point, she FaceTimes me. What are you doing down there? And I'm like, nothing. She's like, I'm like watching Fatty Arbuckle. She's like, what are you eating? I'm like,
or as you call him, Skinny Arbuckle.
yeah, he is. He's Skinny Arbuckle. He's a lightweight. Yeah, I'm eating dry popcorn. It's an unpleasant experience. Like, it's not even good. And she's like, could you throw that away, please? You're not
you know what it is. She smelt it. That's the thing.
2 flights. She's dieting too, so she probably did. She's like, you're not getting away with nothing if I'm not. So like I said, I've exercised hard today, harder than I ever thought that I would.
Hang on 1 second. So I back up. You guys made a diet pact. So both of you were cranky.
Yes, not as cranky as Alex DeCampi yet.
Okay.
I'm not cranky. I'm just, I'm not cranky. I wouldn't say I'm cranky. It's just that.
Are you guys giving yourself a cheat day?
No.
Not cheat on each other, but cheat on what you're eating.
Why would he go there? What's with Shane? No. Here's the problem with a cheat day. A cheat day is for people who are not morbidly obese like I am. Cheat day is for people who are like, yeah, I'm working out and getting fit. I don't have to eat perfectly all the time. I'll take Saturdays and I'll go ahead and have a pizza. The problem with
the cheat day is so you don't go insane. That's why you should take a cheat day.
No, because really fat people they can't stop once you do the cheat day. It's an avalanche.
Yeah, this is what normal people don't understand about me. I have a disease. It's a disease. And, I can conquer it, but it is like sobriety. So, first of all, I have a sweet tooth. I love sugar. I love pie. I love cake, ice cream. I love all that stuff. Pastries and donuts. Oh, my God. Pastries, especially little cream-filled pastries.
Back in the day, I was carb-free for years. And it's the longer you do it, the easier it is.
That's right. Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to kick all of those cravings, and that will happen. It takes
30 days.
Yeah, in 30 days, you're like disgusted by them. I got to a point where I was like, why would I put that poison into my body? I need to get there again. That was the best place ever to be. Like, you look at a can of Coca-Cola and go, I'm not drinking that. That is literal poison. That is, you know what that does to you? Do you know what that does to your body? You know what that does to your insulin? And I'm not there now. Not at all. Now I'm like, I would like, I don't really care what it is. I would eat Oreo cookies right now. I hate Oreo cookies. I would eat them right now. So there's no cheat day because it'll remind you of how good processed sugar is. And then you will get right back onto that. You'll fall off the wagon, Shane. I'm not normal like you am. Like I said, I have a disease. That disease is morbid obesity and greed, a desire for sugar. Here we go. Runs with Phantoms for $5 says, Cecil, can you say, oh, crap, like there's a massive explosion coming your way?
Oh, crap. Like that?
Do it with some gusto.
Oh, crap. I wouldn't say, oh, crap. I'd say, fuck.
Yeah.
What would you say, Shane, if a massive explosion was coming your way?
I knew it.
At least it's over.
Seriously, you would say at least it's that would be.
What are you gonna do? Run? I'm not gonna run. If a meteorite's getting ready to land on me, I mean, I don't want to live in the fallout. That's the thing. I want to be right there. I want to be the first one to go.
That's what Jackie Kennedy said. You know, she was asked, while her husband was president, hey, what would you do if Russia fired missiles? You guys have a fallout shelter, like the president will get to go down? And she said, no. She said, I will get folding chairs. I will take my family out. We will sit on the White House lawn. We don't want to survive the apocalypse.
I'm not going down in that shelter with Johnny and his fucking horse.
She didn't sound like that. She did not.
I want to go into his horse shelter.
The first lady did not sound like that. Not at all. She sounded, I don't know, stupid, but she didn't sound like that. She sounded airy and kind of like a little Marilyn Monroe. All women used to pretend to be Marilyn Monroe. They thought that's how you had to talk.
I'm not going into his horse shelter.
No, that's not even close. Everybody is not Edith Bunker. Not everybody is Edith Bunker, and you're a one-trick pony. All you can do is Edith Bunker all the time.
I wasn't even doing Edith Bunker at all.
Sounded like it. Runs with Phantoms Again says, Cecil, like an Independence Day. I'm still on that Harvey Firestein kick.
Oh, crap. Is that where he does it in that movie? Oh, crap.
I don't know. I don't remember how he did it.
So you said you worked out hard today, Ethan. What did you do?
Got out of this chair. Made popcorn. Got back in this chair again. Hoopin says, during my keto try, my cheat was booze. Now I'm an alcoholic. You understand? That's the problem. And thank you very much for that super chat, my friend Poopins. His name's Poopins, Cecil. Oh, crap.
Oh, crap.
Can you get 2 syllables out of crap?
Crap.
Oh, crap. Like that. Crap.
Crap. Oh, crap.
Yeah. So a little bit more like that. I think, you're in the right spot.
If you do it with a stutter, like, oh, crap, get a lot of them.
Yeah. I don't know, guys.
Shane would go, what took you so long?
It's got to come. It's coming for us all. That's the thing.
What is?
Death.
No. I don't know about that. I'm not worried about it. I think I'm going to live forever.
As long as you keep shaking hands, I'm sure that's some deal you struck up.
It's so funny because everybody that's dying now is somebody that I've gotten their autograph in the past year or so. And I just show people and they get mad at me and blame me.
Harvester of souls.
I am in no way a harvester of souls. I didn't hurt Dawn Wells. Not at all. She hurt me. If anyone hurt anybody, Dawn Wells hurt me.
Now, what happened with Tanya Roberts? Did you ever meet her? Because she actually resurrected today.
But then she died again.
Wait, is she? Wait,
she
what?
died again. Here's what happened, okay? Literally, this is what happened. She got a urinary tract infection and had to go to the hospital. It spread to her other organs. I just thought you were supposed to drink cranberry juice and pee it out. But she finally went to the hospital, and her press agent said, yeah, she's dead. She died. And Tanya Roberts said, I'm not dead yet. I'm still here. And they said, oh, shit. I thought she died. I guess I jumped the gun. And then today, she died for real. So that's pretty much what happened there. She is dead.
How the fuck? How did
she wasn't looking so good, but she was able to tweet, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how she communicated with people.
She was only in her 60s. She wasn't like ancient.
She was 65. Maybe she had timed tweets in queue. Maybe she was dead and they were just queued tweets.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not making it,
I don't know. UTI. Usually chicks get that from a lot of fucking. You think she was?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that true? That's not true, is it?
Sure it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is actually, yeah.
You get a urinary tract infection from a lot of
Do you remember being like in high school and like with your high school girlfriend just banging every day and then she'd be like, I can't.
Yeah.
They would get them all the time.
Well, especially if you're having unprotected sex, it seems more so.
Well, you can't wear a fucking condom. You can't.
You gotta raw dog it, right?
You can't feel anything with that thing on.
Yeah. It looks like my brother Noah's book was featured on Gavin McInnes's show today. What is this all about? Charlie Snogans just let me know. My brother Noah. I got his book right here. It's called Please Don't Step on My Jenko Jeans. That is an illustration of my brother Noah there with the mustache. And these are his musings about shit.
Did you ever wear Janko jeans?
No, I never wore them because I was too old when Janko jeans were popular. But my brother Noah, what about you? Did you wear them?
I'm a little bit younger than you, so I did have a pair too. So the problem with them is they would rip up at the edges, right? That's the thing, and especially your back heel, and they kind of look like a Sam Keith drawing. You know how like he always had the Wolverine costume tethered or whatever.
Yeah,
and the problem is if somebody's walking close to you, like in a hallway or something like that in school, it would step on one of the loose strings. And it would just rip, and the rip would go up your pants leg. So, like the jeans you had to throw them out after that.
Noah did a story.
He even has a tale of woe about his goddamn jeans.
Oh God,
Jenko jeans. Look, my brother Noah did a story about Holiday. You'll recognize Holiday Van Sciver there.
Full screen yourself. Full screen.
Okay, all right. Hold on a second. People can see this. I'm gonna try to read this to people. Okay. Coopertown Cemetery, New Jersey. My dad says, "This is a holy place to me." And Noah says, "So many old graves here." And my dad says, "Son, most of these graves belong to your ancestors." And Noah says, "It's a little disconcerting to see your last name on a headstone." And my dad says, "I believe in the spirit world." My dad did a lot of LSD. You guys know that about Holiday. Mm-hmm. "I believe in the spirit world. We'll have a chance to meet all of these people." And my dad says, "They know we're here now." To Noah. And Noah goes to bed that night dreaming about a Van Sciver. "Thanks for visiting me." It actually looks like an ancient version of Noah with a top hat. So that is what this book contains. It's a lot of, Noah's musings. And I make an appearance or two in here. He has feelings about me, I think. Let me see if he does or not.
You got a shout out on Salty Cracker the other day. You and Zach on his own, not from somebody prompting him. Just
yeah, I saw that, and he really seemed to know who I was. And Salty Cracker, dude, I like that guy. Oh, here's me right here decorating the Christmas tree. See my nose and my hair, my blonde hair. I mean, that is let me full screen myself again. This is what my brother Noah thinks that I look like.
Look at what he could do. He's a bumble.
So wait, were you the oldest, or where were you at?
So I have 8 brothers and sisters, and I was the oldest boy. I have a big sister, Jenna, and yeah. So one big sister.
So you were the one that decorated the ornaments at the top.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's mostly what I ended up having to do. Mostly be me doing that, And Noah was somebody who was so young to me. Like he's 10 years younger than me, so I didn't really hang out with him too much. Just as a big brother type of character that hey little guy, you want some liquor? You need somebody to buy it for you? Like that, like a big brother type of character, Let's see. Ryan Blue Thunder says, Twain once said the reports of my death are greatly exaggerated. Not anymore, they're not. Now they're pretty fucking it's understatement, Cecil. The reports of his death. So I gotta find out how Noah got mentioned. But Noah is, Noah's pretty eccentric at this point. Like this guy, Noah follows websites that do nothing but obsess on toilets and shit. And then that's what he sends me all the time. He sends me these text messages with stuff that he found that is shit related. And like it's, and I get a text from him. I'm like, I wonder how Noah's doing. And how's Noah doing? Noah is sending me more shit. Let me show you an example of this, just for your edification. He sent me this. Somebody said to make brownies in a cast iron skillet. This is the only cast iron I had. Nobody is eating my brownies. So he sends me this as a little frowny face there.
The best part is they're imperfect. Like they're not the exact same turd each mold. Like
why put nuts in them though?
Yeah,
that's that.
Yeah,
but they're brownies. Like what would you do? So he sent me that
nugget in there.
Yeah, he sent me that, and then he sent me another one too. I don't know why he thinks that I'm like obsessed with poop at all. Like, why would he think that? But he does send me this stuff. Let me see. Is this it? Yeah. Okay, so this is the other one that he sent me. He sent me this one just today. And I mean, all he does is go to shit. Like I said, he's obsessed with toilets. He sends me the worst toilets in the world. I can show you some of those. And he sent me, where is it? Where did I just put it? I had it 1 second ago. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Did I get rid of it? Let me try again. Sorry, guys. I'm usually on the ball with poop related things. Let me see. Is that it? Okay, now that is it. Let me put that here. Okay, let me get rid of this. So, people need to learn to broadcast as well as I do. All right, let me see.
I'm looking for. Does Gavin McGinnis have a YouTube show? Is that what it is?
No, he has a show, but it's on his own network. All right, so this is called "You Can't Just Put Things on a Plate and Call It Food." And this person says, "This is a low carb mousse made with avocado and cocoa powder." And someone responds quite sensibly. Can't even read this without laughing.
No, you forced me to eat it.
That's shit from. This is why he sends it to me.
No, I bought Alex DeCampi made me eat that for ordering her book.
Shane, could you read this for me, please?
That shit from a butt.
No.
I'm not trying to bring up a comic reference, but when in Preacher, when Arseface was eating chocolate ice cream and it was dribbling out of his mouth, that was like one of the better comic gags ever.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. That is shit from a butt. And well said. That's what it.
We are fucking 12 years old. There's something wonderful about that fucking phrase. That is shit from a butt.
It's because where else does shit come from?
It's the definitive statement.
Yeah. It's true. They're all, 100%. Whose butt? What butt? Yeah, but
not important. He sent me another image, and he said, "Bro, I got to delete this off my phone." And I don't know why it was on his phone. So I don't know. I don't know why it was on his phone. Let me send this over. This is what I get from him. People think like, oh, it's Noah. He's mellow. Nice little guy there, and he is. He's all of those things, but he's also a fecophiliac or something. I don't really know. I don't know what he's doing.
In the early days of the web, like during the rotten.com and all that stuff, there was a site called Rate My Poo. And it was just people would take pictures of their shit. And like if you get it all the way out of the fucking they were just gigantic shits, and it was Rate My Poo. And I don't know if that's still around.
Dude, that stuff is so old. You're the first person that I ask people all the time, do you remember rotten.com? And everybody's like, what? And I'm like, you remember Bonsai Kitten? They're like, what? And I'm like, nobody remembers this. These are like, I don't know. Like a lot of people don't know what we're talking about, I don't think.
I was in a PC Richard, and my friend went around to every single screen of every computer and put different images from rotten.com.
Now, people, do you remember this? Do you remember posing for this photograph?
Oh.
He's like, I got to get this off my phone, bro. I'm like, I hear you. I understand.
I put myself through college working as a toilet.
Mm. Yeah. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. I will delete this stream. Don't you worry. There's some people who are like, Ethan, please delete this stream. I will. I always do. I always do delete streams when they're this vulgar and disgusting.
I do think that guy is what we're going to see in about 14 years with all the kids playing with the poo toys. I think we're going to see an epidemic of that.
My little brother Noah? I mean, what do you...
No, I'm saying, did he play with poo toys as a kid?
Probably. He's 10 years younger than me, and all there are now are poop toys, and I'm sure they were around. You know, I'm trying to think of what... You know, when I was a kid, the game that I wanted was called I Want to Bite Your Finger. Do you remember this game? And it was like, I was like 5 or 6. This is 1980 when this game came out. And it was like a board game. But if you fucked up, you had to stick your finger into the vampire's mouth. And the vampire had fangs with red marker on the end of them. And if you had to press the button, and he may or may not bite your finger and leave red marks on your... And that it looks so much fun to me. It looks so much fun. And I didn't get it, of course. But nowadays, kids his age... you know, those games are don't step in the dog shit. And it's like a thing of clay that you mold into a piece of shit. And then you have to do a kind of, I don't know, twister kind of. It's like a twister game, but there's dog shit on various spots.
I'm going to market something called Monkey Fight, where it's just a box of shit that kids throw at each other.
Oh, I like that too. See, I mean, you are a genius. You know, you understand kids today. You understand what it is that they want. That would make money. That would make money. All right, let me see here. We got a nice super chat from Akota Combe who says, it's not the poop from a butt. It's the mystery behind the poop. It's the mystery behind the poop. Jason C sent a super sticker, but I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. I missed out. He sent another one too. Thank you, Jason C. I appreciate you. I hope these are poop super stickers.
Oh, I could check for you.
I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure that he's sending me poopy super stickers.
Jason C sent you a unicorn.
Okay. That's
and
nice.
Poop and a unicorn.
Thank you, Jason C. Thank you very kindly. I appreciate it.
Oh, by the way, I didn't realize you went on a show last night. And I you did. She was dying to go to sleep. The more she was like fucking passing out, you'd start up a new conversation
with all this energy. Yeah, I had plenty of energy. I would not shut the fuck up. Yeah, it was great.
That was funny. But the part when you're like, when he's like, do you think he likes Witten? And she's like, no. And she's like, you hold Cecil in high regard, don't you? and you said it in such a fucking... I was like,
I'm sure he likes Witten. And she's like, Witten is not his type of girl. I'm like, I think so. I think in this day and age, you have a little bit of intrigue for Witten.
Oh, no, I like Witten, but I have no feeling that way towards her romantically. No.
Romantic. You have no romantic inclination.
I have no romantic, but
I believe you now because you use the word romantic to describe lust. I appreciate that. That is so great.
No. She's attractive and stuff, but she's like, you know, she's a child. She's more fascinating to me. Like just, you know, as young girls are to men our age. You know, they are fascinating. No, not all young girls are fascinating. Crazy people are fascinating to me. She kind of fits in there.
I find crazy people less and less fascinating the older I get and the longer I stay in Comicsgate. Less and less. It's less funny. Jen McMahon, thanks for $5, says, Uncle E, our generation will always have lawn darts. Today I said, I and this is true. I got up and I said, we're going to win the Senate. If we're going to win the Senate, I got a dartboard. This dart is going to land right in the bullseye. First try. And it did.
Wow.
And we're losing the fucking Senate. Republicans are losing the Senate in Georgia right now. So I feel like I made a deal with God and he reneged.
Well, hell Satan.
Just saying, keep your promises, Lord. That's all I'm saying. I blamed Mike for it already. I went on Mike's stream and I said, we're going to lose the Senate and it's your fault. Here's why it's your fault. Because the universe can only handle so much of you winning. See, this is the thing. There's a balance. There's a balance to all things. Either Trump wins or Doug TenNapel wins. Okay, it's one of the two. Mm. And so it's great when Trump is winning. More people are winning when Trump is winning. But if in order for Doug TenNapel to win, Trump like this, and then so that's the thing. So it's the same thing with Bitcoin and Mike S. Miller. I'm like, I can tell what's going to happen already because Bitcoin is up. I said, we're going to lose the Senate and it's your fault. It's your fault. And he said, don't be such a negative Nancy to me. Who's a negative Nancy now? I'm pretty sure I was right. You know, I've got all this timed out. I understand how this works. I understand karmic balance. You know, there's only so much that these guys can take from the universe. I can take infinite amounts. I'm, you know, like, there's a lot of good stuff coming my way and everything still remains in balance. But Mike and Doug, no. If they win, everything else gets thrown off.
So you're saying the rise of Doug TenNapel is why the defeat of the Republican Party?
That's correct.
Can't argue with the results.
When you're right, you're right. ID Crisis says Ghetto Dragon on Indiegogo ends tonight. Don't miss that. Oh, I like Ghetto Dragon. I
want Doug TenNapel to become the next Rush Limbaugh. Finally, somebody I do a fucking impersonation of more than
you could end up on Saturday Night Live. Like, you know, if he becomes famous, you could be like, I'm the guy who imitates him best.
This is Doug TenNapel in exile.
In exile.
This is Doug TenNapel being crucified on a cross.
You like him though. You're watching those videos and you're saying they're.
Doug. A couple weeks ago, I saw something with him, and he said, "Oh, maybe he was. Whose show was he on? I don't know. He just was saying like, oh, this is why Cecil hates me because I'm a Christian," and it's just like, I don't hate Doug. Like I'm. He's an asshole, but that doesn't mean I am.
There's a difference. Like, you don't have to hate everybody who's a dick. Like, you just go, that person's a dick, but I really don't have any feelings. I'm, ambivalent.
Yeah, I don't hate him, and hate him for being a Christian is like, no, I hate you for being an asshole, but I don't hate you. I don't hate him. No, I don't hate Doug. But I hope he becomes the next Rush Limbaugh. Because I don't have to explain that impersonation like Mike Oxmall.
I do hate him for being a Christian. That's what this has all been about all along. Like, he draws the sign of the fish and I scribble it out. I'm like, no. No. He's like, I'm a Bible believing Christian. I'm like, no, not around here. Not around here. So that's my whole reason. Angry Baneling says, is this a beanie night? Praise the sun. It's just Cecil's in disguise. Shane Davis is drunk and I'm balding. I love those two. That look so good. No one ever loses ever, says Poopins. That's encouraging.
This is Cecil in exile.
Thank you. Cecil in exile. Let me see. This is important right here. Jason Kapanen says vampires are going to trend again. They are in my house already. And I've already told you.
Morbius is coming out.
Andrea is obsessed with those Vampire Diaries movies. And this is the thing. Like, she's up there watching the originals. And I went up there and she's like, what do you want to go to sleep? And I was like, nah, I want to watch vampires with you for a little bit. She's like, you do? I'm like, yeah, maybe a little bit. I watched one episode. It was horrible. And I just realized, I was like, as I watched this, I said, the Georgia elections are happening right now. She said, I don't care. I just don't care. I'm watching vampires. That's the way it is. That is the way it is. Vampires take over and then you stop caring about right-wing politics at all. You're just watching vampires. The rest of the world is too. And then vampires have invaded. You know, they've invaded Washington, D.C. So I was used to this. I was absolutely prepared for this, 100%. Let me see here. We got a $10 super chat from Mrs. Dillard Draws. The Buckler by John Dillard ends in 1 hour and a half. We got to watch for that. Let me go over and look at that. 200 Watt Studio says, where's Malin? Divine was into feces. Remember, Divine was into feces?
Yeah, Divine from Pink Flamingo. She picked up dog shit and ate it.
Is that real?
That is 100% real. Because John Waters tells that story all the time.
I was listening to Bon Jovi today, and he likes feces too. He said, I've seen a million feces, and I've rocked them all. That was when I was on my bike pedaling. You didn't hear that story, I don't think. That's what I was working out. Cat Pappy Shane Davis, that was my workout today. I got on my Peloton. My Peloton. And I chose the hardest workout possible, 45 minutes of John Bon Jovi. And it was, they said, crank it all the way up. Like the maximum density is 100%. And I was at 66. And then I was moving at like 80 rotations per minute or something like that. I don't know how that works. The numbers show up. It fucking killed me. In 10 minutes, I was gone. I just quit in shame. Just
my
in shame.
gentleman, it updated, and now we have like one of those row machines with the wheel, like where whatever. It's got like a little game thing, and I'm like, all right, I'll play a game. I don't know much. I don't even know what I'm getting out of this thing. It is cardio, and it works your thighs and maybe your your back, whatever. I just figured I would try it because I've seen people use it, but I'm like, eh. And so the game is like fish, and the more I'm rowing, the quicker my fish goes to catch another fish. And I'm like, I must look like a fucking idiot right now, but I really want these fish because I'm just like, trying to get the fish. It's like the dumbest thing. It's I actually like it now that I've used it and I looked up how to use it correctly. But I don't understand the benefits of it.
Yeah, I do understand because. We talked about this in our private Comicsgate room, and I was asking questions. You've got Biggins in there, and then you've also got Graham Nolan. And those two guys are big. And they were saying, hey, this is all you need to do. You need to lift heavy. You only need to do these 5 exercises. And one of them was rowing. That works the most muscle groups. So you need a rowing machine or a boat with paddles, and you get out there and you row, and it's good for you. You want to get a rowing machine?
Join a crew team.
Yeah, I don't want other people's help. I should be able to do it all by myself.
We should get together and have a competition row team, like all of us in a boat rowing together in sync. And
just get John Malin saying, grab an oar, everyone. This is a good ship, Comicsgate. Grab an oar. Let's move forward here. Okay, so The Buckler on Indiegogo ends in an hour and a half. The Buckler is by John Dillard. Mrs. John Dillard's here promoting this book. It looks good. I mean, the art looks good. Looks like some photo reference, which I recommend. This looks like me, honestly. It doesn't look too far from me and where I'm at in life. All right, so The Buckler. Let me read about this here and see if this is good. The Buckler in general, I knew a guy named Rich Buckler, and then there was Rich Buckler Jr. They were comic book artists, and Rich Buckler Sr. fucked up the Fantastic Four in the late 1970s. So I didn't respect him, but that has nothing to do with this. Welcome, Indiegogo backers. I'm absolutely thrilled to launch The Buckler, the 50-page graphic novel featuring the debut of the modern-day supervillain, a man who will go to any lengths to take back what's his, take control of his own narrative, and seize the city that tried to reject him. Who is the Buckler? The Buckler is a villain, the only villain in Winnipeg, Canada. That's not true. We got quite a few up there, honestly. Returning from a long lying low period, he has now decided the time is right to take control of the criminal underworld. A lot has changed since he's been gone, but the people who forced his exile are still here, and they need their reckoning. So I know what you've been wondering. What can I give you? I didn't even think about that once. I've never thought, what can John Dillard give me, Cecil?
Well, he just gave you $5.
Well, maybe a 50-page full-color comic epic, though. He could give me one of those.
He could give me a stern talking to when the book is late.
It's a nicely drawn helicopter here. This reminds me of a Shane Davis panel. Shane Davis would choose an extreme angle here and draw a perfectly drawn helicopter.
I used to work in the PS magazine stuff, so I used to have to draw this military vehicles for the military. It was like, I don't know if you know what PS magazine is, but it's a military comic that Will Eisner started like back in the day, and then Joe Kubert took over. It was interesting. I just drew a lot of stuff for the military. So,
Shane, thank you for your service.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Thank you so much for everything that you did for this country.
I did. No, I'm just saying that we would have to draw a million different vehicles. So I just got used to it because that was my job. The point is that's actually painful stuff to draw in the comic book. That's the thing an artist usually doesn't want to do. You usually just want a big superhero jumping at you. You don't want a big helicopter flying at you. So big props to any comic artist that sits down and gets that stuff right.
Fuck yeah, man. I knew right away that you've been in the shit, that you've seen some shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about Dillard draws, not me. I'm just saying, like, that stuff's not that. Yeah. Jesus.
You know what? Just accept the fact that you're a hero. We want to thank you.
Stop.
For everything that you've done.
Yeah. All right.
Look, here we go. Being bad never looked so good. Meticulously researched and lovingly rendered. I believe this is my finest work.
Beautiful looking book.
Yeah. The Buckler's world truly immerses the reader into a territory that feels stable, yet deeply contested. This book is the ideal choice for the reader that wants to feel the weight. That's me. Of every decision. This substantial quality is worth the difference. Here we have some big booby hoes. Big booby hoes. Hey, Dr. Dre had a nervous fit.
No, he had an aneurysm.
Isn't that what that is?
A nervous breakdown?
No, it's like when your brain breaks, right?
No, it's a blood vessel in your brain. Yeah, it's like a stroke.
That's what I said. That's what I said. It's exactly what I said. Yeah, he had
I got a booby story, actually.
What does this have to do with Dr.
Dre? No. I was at Target and I was asking this girl, can you look up this code for something I'm looking for? And she runs up and all of a sudden her boob squished into my elbow. Now I'm used to the social distancing stuff by now, but I'm like, it hit me for a second. I remember that squishy elbow boob thing. Is that, and then it's been rotting in my head. It's like, is that a come on or is that an accident?
It's an accident. She did not mean to ram her breast, her mammary into the
at some point
in
in
your
time,
arm.
a woman knows. At some point in time, though, a woman knows her parameter, right? You know, like you're gonna hit, like with a car, like you know you're gonna hit the sidewalk.
Yeah, but maybe it was a transgendered woman. A man who was getting used to his body was not fully her body. A man who did not yet figure out the parameters of her new booby body. Yeah. And so she accidentally rammed those boobies into you.
Yes.
Enjoy that memory.
I know women that constantly invade my personal space.
Cecil, what's your take on it? Is when a woman does that, is that a come on or not?
Man, getting like your hair washed at like a good salon, and then if the chick has a great rack, and she just kind of like bouncing off your shoulder.
That happens a lot. Yeah,
it's such a thrill. You feel like a kid again. It's like,
yeah, that happens a lot. For me, it's like crotch into elbow. She's cutting your hair, And you've got, I'm sitting like this in the chair, like I do, and she's got to come around. I know she's got to come around to get the front. Most of my hair is in the front, so I'm sitting there like this, and then she's
grinding
accidentally
against your chicken wings.
I usually say, would it be easier if you just straddled me? That way you don't have to keep running around.
Yeah.
She can take a load off. She can, rest her bunions. Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do? I just want to make everybody's job easier for themselves. It's what we do around here. But the buckler looks like we picked up another backer. That was probably due to my hard work, my salesmanship. Oh, 2 more. My salesmanship, my hard work, the things that I said to make this campaign more appealing. What can I tell you, man? My words are cash. Silence is golden.
Segue into cash grab. You just right then you should have clicked a cash grab.
It ends tonight.
You know what's really embarrassing?
It's you not don't have it queued up.
No, I don't have it queued up. I have 499 book 1 by Richard C. Meyer. And Normal.
Silence is violence. That's such a passive aggressive thing you did there.
Silence is violence. Violence.
Is it ending tonight, Cecil?
Yes.
Grand opening in the morning?
Nope. Tonight's the final night.
Tonight's it. One of these days he's not going to be kidding, and then we're going to feel stupid. I'm not even playing his game because I know what his plan is. Dillard draws for $10. Dillard draws for $10. Says, if someone would back the cover tier, I would love them forever. Yeah. Forever? Don't make promises like that, Dillard. Don't make promises like that.
Forever's a long time.
Yeah.
What's he look like?
See, even in marriage, that's death till do you part, right? So that's not forever. That's just until somebody's gone.
Yeah, and then you move on.
That's your way out of everything, Shane. At least I can die.
Yeah, just waiting for people to die. It's not the best way.
You can poison them a little bit with each meal. I mean, you can speed it up.
It is the way that Cecil is going about getting out of having to fulfill cash grab, though. And just waiting for his audience to die slowly. It'll take a while.
And playing the long game.
Yeah, he'll get fewer and fewer complaints, as the years roll on. And it is. It's all about. It's a game of outlasting your supporters. It's pretty smart.
Yeah, that's why he quit drinking, is for his health, so he can live longer.
Yeah. Shane is dressed as a squatting Slav, says Run with Scissors. How do you feel about that? Did you know you were dressed like a squatting Slav?
Believe it or not, I don't even know what that is.
I don't either, but I'm sorry, a Slavic person who is squatting.
Slavs wear the tracksuits, and they also like to kind of when they're hanging out, just kind of squat and get like a squat position.
Is that true? I thought he meant like squatting, like you're squatting in someone's home that isn't yours.
No, like almost like they're playing dice, like that kind of position. It's like like a catcher in baseball.
There's no way that's what that means.
That's exactly what it means.
Julius Freeman Comics, thanks for $5. Flea market prices for a 50 plus page comic. How can you go wrong? Back the Ghetto Dragon today. That's the Ghetto Dragon. Yeah, I like that book. That book looks cool. The Ghetto Dragon.
I miss flea markets.
You miss flea markets? Why? Flea
markets. You get like the airbrush T-shirt, some weird antique somebody's wanting money for that, you don't, broken TVs, air conditioners, stolen bikes,
cursed objects.
The older I get, the less I miss flea markets. I don't know. I used to like, I would say, hey, it's a flea market. Let's go. And I'd want to buy some Chinese crap. You know what I wanted more than anything are those whiz bang poppers. I take those to
Wait,
school.
those little things that you throw at the ground and they explode.
Mhm.
The little, yeah.
Because I wanted a crate of those. I got a few of them. They always look like drugs. They came in a plastic bag wrapped in sawdust, and they look like rolled up joints. And I don't know how we got away with having these at school, but you would take them in the hallway, and there would be girls walking in front of you, and you would just go and toss a handful of them over their heads, and then pop, 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 all over the floor, and then you'd laugh with your buddies. That's how I got through college,
Yeah.
Just doing stuff like that. I love those. And you can get those at flea markets, but you can't get them. I don't see them anywhere else anymore, really.
Used to, you could buy samurai swords, nunchucks, ninja stars at flea markets, all the stuff you really, there was always some dude selling swords and crap.
Yeah. I like that stuff. But you know what the problem is? I have a sharpened batarang that was signed by Dave Finch and Jeff Johns. And what am I going to do with it? You know what I mean? It's sharp. It's ready to be thrown into somebody's soft flesh. Who?
Well, that's the thing, Ethan. They would, you could murder somebody with it. Just make sure your fingerprints on it, and all of a sudden they're going to suspect Jeff Johns and David Finch of that murder.
Oh, I like that idea. And get those guys out of the way.
Yeah,
I was pretty happy today. I got word through my email. Let me see if I can find this. I'm against Ray Fisher, and it's not just because he's black, although that's definitely part of it. Just kidding. It's because Ray Fisher is whiny, and I don't like his whininess, and I don't like the way Ray Fisher is, mounting allegations against people that I know, one of which is Jeff Johns. And he won't explain what happened. He won't explain why he's mad. Why are you mad? What did they do? What did these people do? Well, we need accountability before entertainment. No, we don't. I thought about that when I was sitting in the bathtub. I run a nice tub. I sat and I was soaking in the tub like something out of Deadwood. And I was just thinking, no, that's not right. We don't need accountability before entertainment. That's an outrage. Accountability is only about, like, I don't go to the movies and go, I certainly hope everybody who was in this movie was treated fairly. I hope that everyone here had a good time and nobody yelled. I don't give a shit about that. I don't care if they're all horsewhipped. In fact, I encourage it. I want these people who have millions and millions of dollars and live these fabulous lives. I want them literally horsewhipped every single day while they're on the set. I feel that way. It doesn't make me a small person because I'm saying that. Everyone feels that way. It doesn't make me envious. Everyone feels that way.
Everybody's yelling at you for not making fun of you in your bathtub.
Yeah, like how much water did it take to fill it up?
I only fill it up 3 inches, and then when I get into it, it's up around my shoulders. Yeah.
Fucking eyedropper.
Mm-hmm.
I going back to the bathtub, and you mentioned Deadwood. How awesome was it with the westerns when the dude would be in the bathtub and there'd be some girl lugging a big hot bucket of water to pour in on him? Like, God, what I would give for that.
What about a faucet?
What's your wife for?
Well, I can't even get a sandwich. She isn't going to run me a bath.
All right, here's the thing. Walter Hamada extends his deal as DC Films president through 2023. I had to rub this in Ray Fisher's face. I had to. I'm against it. I'm against his whole accountability before entertainment. Wrong. I don't care how they treated you. I care about the movie, and the movie sucked too. The fact that they treated you badly while you were making the movie, in your opinion, doesn't interest me. The world doesn't need to come together to make sure that you are happy. We just need good movies. Fuck you. Entertainment is over here. It serves the masses. Accountability is just whether or not the studio treats you nicely, accept your paycheck and do your job and just shut up. Sure. Unless they're calling you the N-word. If they're calling you the N-word, that's a difference. Let me know. I would think that you would say if they were calling you the N-word. That should be the first thing that you say. This guy called me the N-word. This is Walter Hamada. Hamada. He is one of the guys who Ray Fisher is specifically targeting him and Jeff Johns, and he wanted to get him fired. Now, this guy said, hey, why don't we give you Joss Whedon if you leave Jeff Johns alone? That's the allegation that Ray Fisher made. He said that. And, he's trying to he got Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon had to go, but Walter Hamada extends his deal. He signs another 2 years. Walter Hamada has signed a multi-year extension. It's not multi-year, it's 2. Right or wrong? No, I'm wrong. Through 2023, the end, so it's 3 years. I guess that's multi-year extension through 2023 to remain the president of DC Films, overseeing the DC film slate, along with features produced for the HBO Max streaming platform. Toby Emmerich, another person who Ray Fisher is targeting, chairman of Warner Brothers Picture Group, announced on Tuesday. Hamada will continue to report to Emmerich. Hamada first joined DC Films back in 2018 and led the division to the release of its highest-grossing film to date, 2018's Aquaman. I didn't know that. I thought it was Wonder Woman.
It's Hamada.
Hamada? I'm not saying that. Hamada. I like that better. Like Ralph Cramden.
Shot for the future.
Which grossed over $1.4 billion at worldwide box office. Here's what we have to say about him. Walter is not only passionate about story and the DC canon, he's also a thoughtful and incredibly talented executive who is good with his tongue. He's fully committed to investing his time and care necessary for movie making on this scale. So Emmerich, in a statement to the Wrap, with Walter overseeing our DC movies for theatrical exhibition and on HBO Max, we are excited for him and his team to bring more of these stories to life, working with new and established talent to broaden the reach and diversity of the DC cinematic universe. What do you think of that?
Listen, I think if you work for DC and you're getting in any kind of trouble, just fucking show up at one of your meetings in a dress. That seems to be the fucking adage. That's what's his name? Ezra Miller. He chokeslammed a fucking pregnant woman and he's like, but I wear a dress. And they're like, you can't.
That's what Max Visaggio did too.
We can't.
Yeah.
No, she went all in. This guy just, shows up once in a while in like a fucking, a blouse.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just half-hearted, It's like, don't worry, I could choke women on camera because I'll wear a blouse to the next meeting.
Choke slam pregnant women. 100%.
What was the dude from MASH?
Corporal Klinger.
Klinger. Yeah. How is that not a meme?
Klinger. Jamie Farr, right? That's his character's name. I tweeted this out. Walter Hamada extends deal. Hey, tough luck there, Ray Fisher. Looks like Hamada and Jeff Johns 1, Kryborg 0. I really hope he sees that. He'll probably see it because I'm verified. He'll get a verified message and he'll be like, oh shit, this guy's dunking on me.
Before I got on, my Google gave me a notification that they're saying Cyborg's not going to be in the Flash movie now, or at least Ray Fisher Cyborg. I don't know if that's true. It came on right before I came in here, so I didn't get a chance to read it, but there was an article about it. So they probably, I don't know. I'm sure he's not the character anymore.
That breaks my heart that people could come together and work through these troubles. That people couldn't work through their problems. Put Cyborg, put Ray Fisher in there as Cyborg. I'm really going to miss Cyborg as a character. Well, okay, moving on. No big deal. Wonder Woman director shoots down claims about war with Warner Brothers. Apparently, Patty Jenkins been talking some shit. What I love about this is that initially, they were not expecting. I don't think Patty Jenkins was expecting Wonder Woman 1984 to bomb this badly. I mean, people don't like it. If you get patted on the head, what?
I could talk for 5 hours about fucking Wonder Woman 1984. It's the more you talk about it, the more you think about it, the more horrible that movie is.
Yeah, you just take it apart.
We were on High Council before, and they have him flying the jet, and they're like, "Do you understand what a World War I plane looked like? Like the controls? It's a stick and you had to go outside and turn the fuck. Like he gets into a jet. Somebody pulled up a picture. Jeff pulled up a picture of the cockpit of what he's looking at. 2,000 buttons. How the fuck can a guy who was just? It was a stick that somebody else had to like start the engine. That's where he was flying.
He struggled with it. He went, "Should I do this? No, that's not it. This. Oh, here we go. I got it."
They did put some disbelief in there, Cecil. I mean, he did fumble around. But
then he flies to Egypt from Washington, which is 5,000 miles and back without refueling.
Yeah.
And
that doesn't make sense either, because the range of one of those jets is about 800 miles before you need to refuel. And so flying 5,000 miles,
but somebody pointed this out, maybe Jesse or on the High Council. She's like, the reason they had to steal the jet is because Steve didn't have a passport. But they're like, the guy whose body he was in probably did, though. Why didn't they go look?
He doesn't look like Steve. He looks like this gay man,
that guy could get a passport if he doesn't already have one. You don't have to steal everything. No one would. Everything about that movie. It's just there's not a single fucking thing that stands up to any scrutiny.
The more I think about it, the less I like it.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that she could just do a magic spell in the middle of out of nowhere? Like just because it will get invisible.
Remember Wonder Woman, all those stories with her magic spells?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
No.
No. It's not her. Wonder Woman wasn't able to do this. But the Amazons were. The Amazons believed in magic, not science. They were like, fuck science.
They're like Asgardians almost.
Yeah, so they actually did. Like, there's a whole story where they're like, well, people trying to make sense of the invisible plane because it's just stupid. I mean, there's just garbage attached to Wonder Woman. She rides kangaroos and flies an invisible plane. I mean, there's stuff that people throw away over the years. I would say bring it all back, all of it. But what they said was Steve Trevor, not Steve. I always want to say Steve Rogers. Steve Trevor crashed his plane on Paradise Island, and the Amazonians wanted to get rid of it, but they couldn't, and so they turned it invisible. No, wait, is that what it was? Oh, here's what it is. They were trying to fix his plane because they were benevolent. And they couldn't fix it with science because they don't know science. So they fixed it with magic. And part of the magic was turning it invisible. So the invisible jet is actually just Steve Trevor's plane that he crashed on the island. Wonder Woman flew it around, I guess, because that's what women do when they're your girlfriend. They take all your shit.
Mm-hmm.
They drive your car. They wear your shirts.
So he taught her how to fly.
Yeah, I guess so. People were complaining that Wonder Woman was flying in this, and doesn't she fly? Doesn't Wonder Woman fly?
Yeah, but she didn't have the power of flight. She just remembered that he said flying is easy. You just got to catch the wind. So all of a sudden she goes, "Oh."
Yeah, but people were saying Wonder Woman doesn't know how to fly in the comic books. I'm sure she knows how to fly, doesn't she?
Well, it depends on which incarnation. It's like which incarnation. Yeah.
But for the most part, for most of her history, I would say no. But it's just fine. Give her a reason why she fucking maybe one of the Greek gods fucking saw her in a situation and they bestowed the fucking power on her or something like. But for fucking her to just be like, Steve said flying is just catching the wind. Oh, look, I'm flying. That was literally how they fucking explained it. If you ever get thrown out of a fucking plane, just catch the wind. You could fly.
That was the least of my problems with the movie. That was so DC Comics. That was cool. People were also complaining about her using her lasso to swing on lightning bolts. And I was like, it's fucking awesome. Like, that is awesome. Her rope is clearly magical. And the idea of her swinging from lightning bolts is so fucking Grant Morrison. It's so metal. Like, that really worked for me. And the flight worked for me too. Because again, it's like, how did Superman realize he could fly? I don't know. He, like, in all tellings of Superman, where Clark Kent realizes suddenly, I'm 2 inches off the ground. What happened here? Oh, you're flying. I can fly. So there's always some moment. And Wonder Woman has apparently a whole lot of powers and weirdness about her that she's forgotten about, that, over the years. not to defend Wonder Woman 1984. God damn it, guys. God damn it. God damn all of you for making me do this. But one of the great things about Wonder Woman is exactly what I said. There's so many embarrassing things about her that we've forgotten over the years. I had a comic book where Wonder Woman's teeth were strong and she could chew through metal. Not so much anymore. Not one of her things anymore. But, it used to be. And so the idea that she has powers that she doesn't remember, there are aspects of her life that she's not aware of yet. I like that. That still works for me. It's everything else in this movie.
Do you think her bush is like a Brillo pad?
Oh,
it's gotta be.
God.
It's got to be. Somebody pointed out that it's like in the Supergirl TV show on the CW, her skin is impervious to bullets and her ears are pierced. And I'm just like, why bother at that point? Why put earrings in her ears? How dare you? What do you think of that, Shane Davis? Right or wrong?
That's look pretty.
Well, that's right, but that's also the weird stuff that DC used to, like Superman, right? Like how he would have to shave, like with his heat vision bouncing off a mirror. Like, I mean, the DC would deal with it in the comic, but it maybe wasn't awesome the way they dealt with it.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, in any case, yeah, like I don't need to think about it. I would just assume Superman just doesn't grow a beard. How do you like that? Tell me that. That's cool.
Yeah.
He's fine, whatever. But in any case, this movie has been such a catastrophe, such a disaster. I don't know if it's yet on Rotten Tomatoes. Have you guys looked? No. Is it still hovering at 60%? I mean, because it should have splatted by now. I'm waiting for it to splat. Oink Oink You Monster said, posted the Noah Van Sciver mention to my channel. If you haven't seen it yet, it starts at 23 seconds. I didn't know. I don't. Oink Oink You Monster. I'm not sure who you are. Jen McMahon. Hi, Jen McMahon. She says, is it Mahan or Man? I want to get that right. She says, Dr. Psycho needs to read Handsome Hostage's mind so he becomes a henchman for payback on Wonder Woman 3. That would be great. Some people said, or Wonder Woman is pregnant in Wonder Woman 3. And it's not obviously, who's the father. It's this gay man who she had sex with.
You know what bothered me about that? Besides the fact she had sex with this guy, and I had to point it out and stop the movie and just point it out to Yanzi. I'm like, wait, is this really happening? Is that at the end, once they share a moment there at the end, she doesn't like ask him out for coffee or anything. It's like, come on, you're not gonna give him a shot, I mean, just the fact that you happen to walk by, like it's almost like she's just smiling, like I just want to make. It's like when a murderer goes back to the scene of the crime or something. They just want to know they're not gonna get caught. It's like, why are you even engaging conversation with this guy? You just want to see if he remembers.
Yeah, it's like,
he doesn't remember, so it's okay.
Well, she clearly remembers. I mean, that's the thing. Like. There was a whole thing where the Mary Sue got very angry at Patty Jenkins because I'm losing faith in Patty Jenkins. I'm losing faith in her whole I don't know, her perception of things, her how to deal with stress, how to deal with a bomb, because this is what happened. Like people are defending the rape sequence, and even the Mary Sue is pissed at this. The Mary Sue stood behind Captain Marvel and all the abuse and bullshit of Brie Larson, but they cannot take Patty Jenkins' Wonder Woman 1984, her disappointing response to the body swiping thing. This guy goes, my defense, there's always some cuck, there's always some simp who's going to like defend the indefensible to appeal to some woman. My defense of Patty Jenkins and Wonder Woman's 1984 usage of the body swap trope. Here we go. Let me see if I can. This guy's probably got me blocked. No, he doesn't. Number one, I'm linking to the wiki. I'm linking the wiki to the body swap movie genre. If you can't see that Patty Jenkins was playing with that trope and even intentionally pointing out the problematic nature that all these movies have to skirt around, then I think you really need to re-examine a beloved 80s fantasy movie like Big with Tom Hanks, where he, as a 12-year-old in an adult body, has sex with an adult female, making her a statutory rapist by default.
Not the same, because she was unaware.
She was unaware. Wonder Woman,
And also, it was
fully
Tom
aware.
Hanks' body. It was still Tom Hanks' body. It wasn't somebody unaware.
Yeah,
Both,
that's right.
both
But
partners were willing.
but he's still he was 12 years old in his head. See, some people go, yeah, but his body was an adult. It doesn't make a difference. It's not that you're doing harm to their body. It's that they're 12 years old and they can't fucking deal with the idea of sex.
Why would she think this 30-something-year-old guy was 12?
No, she wouldn't. I'm not accusing her at all. I'm accusing people who say that was okay because Tom Hanks's body was an adult. He was 12 years old inside. The reason why child abuse is such a horrible thing is not just physically. It's because children are not capable of consenting. They don't understand what sex means, the intense feelings that come with it. You really damage them. They're not mature enough to deal emotionally and intellectually with sex. They're just not. So, the fact that he had an adult body, he was still 12 years old inside. Having, this woman having sex with him would still do damage to this 12-year-old, no matter what. And people go, oh, please, when you're 12, yeah, man, it's a hot chick. Fuck some hot chick when you're 12. Think again, dude. I mean, do you have like a 12-year-old kid? They're little kids. These are just little kids. You can't, there's no way they're ready for that. There's no way that they're ready to process sex. So number 2, the movie implies that if you revoke your wish, then much of the impact of your wish is revoked. Hence, even the sex Diana had with the guy possessed with Steve may have actually been eradicated from the movie's fabric of reality. And so Patty Jenkins responds to this.
That's like a Bill Cosby defense.
So moronic.
Yeah.
Patty Jenkins goes, ha ha ha, exactly. So, I mean, instead of being ashamed, she's like, yeah, I'll take your meager defense of this incredibly uncomfortable thing. Now, what Patty Jenkins and Jeff Johns were trying to say by this whole thing, because I know these people, I know kind of like where their heads were. They were trying to say Wonder Woman sees past the physical. So, she knows because she's a perfect woman. She cared about Steve Rogers, not for the way he looked, but for who he was inside. And that's why she was able to, see him, even though it wasn't him.
If I may interject one moment, that's why I suggested, to make the movie more interesting, have Steve come back in like my body, and then that's a real hero's journey for her.
Yeah,
that's a heroic thing.
That's like jumping on a grenade. Yeah,
she's got to be, or it's just 2 hours of her saying, let's just be friends, Steve.
Yeah.
Or my body, and she goes, I revoke my wish.
But the thing about it was that, first of all, she still consciously made the choice. Even if it was erased from reality, she still made the conscious choice to have sex with a guy's body who wasn't in his body. So it doesn't make a difference that it was erased. The crime still happened. That's who she is. And then finally, she remembered him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing of it. She looked at him and she knew who he was. It's like she knew who he was, and the guy didn't know. Turns out the guy was gay. I'm sure of it.
But if you watch that scene again, it's like she's just having casual conversation to see if he remembers. And then once he doesn't remember, she doesn't say, hey, would you like to get coffee or something? Nothing like that. She got away with it. She just wanted to know nobody knew it was her.
It's Bill Cosby inviting one of his victims out for coffee 2 weeks later.
Because they didn't remember. That would have been worse.
My issue with that, my second issue with that, if that was Superman and Lois, like if it was Lois and she had died in Superman 1 or something, and then in Superman 2, her soul, he wishes her back, and she jumps into like
a
Lana
random
Lang.
woman. Just a
random woman, anybody.
And he starts banging her?
People would go crazy. They would go crazy. And the fact that this isn't a bigger issue is weird, because it talks about, this is the double standard. Men versus women. Okay. This is the double standard. This would be on the news. This would be like, demonized up and down, but because it's a woman, it's okay. It's really weird.
If the exact same story the other way would be completely unacceptable. If Lois's soul showed up in some other woman,
and Superman's banging some other woman, and Come on. I mean, it kills me that they didn't recognize this. And you know what it makes me think? It makes me think that this movie, because the whole thing was, should we release it now in December? Should we put it on HBO Max simultaneously? Or should we hold off this $200 million movie for the summer? They knew it sucked, didn't they?
What if Lois was like, you know what, Clark? While she's in the other woman's body, put it in my ass tonight. Like,
it won't matter in the morning.
Are you sure? It ain't my asshole.
Best thing though, if you were able to jump in somebody else's body, you know, ride it like you stole it. You know, do all the things you wouldn't do with your own body.
Joyride, yeah.
I would do heroin, weird sex, whatever. You know.
Do you think if you did heroin, you would want it when you got back to your own body though? Because you remembered how good it was, even though you weren't like physically addicted to it?
Good question.
I think you would, right? Because there's got to be a component of addiction that is like psychological, where you're just like, I remember how great it was. I want to feel like that again. And you just remember that intellectually, even though your own body isn't asking for it.
Well, I Frank Miller dealt with this in RoboCop 2 with the drug nuke, when they took the brain of Kane and put it into a robot, but he still wanted drugs.
Yeah.
So Frank Miller has already come down on this. He's already explained the way it probably.
But that's more about the physical endorphins of the drug into the brain. It's still like physical.
Where is John Malin? Can I just, speaking of, where is that guy?
Him and Kelsey Shannon are off on a fucking mountain together, like
Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't quit you, John.
You know, that would be fucked up if, even though Heath Ledger was dead, Jake Gyllenhaal made Brokeback Mountain 2. And they just found some other dude. And you just realize that it was never really love. Just, on the mountain, poorly stalking cowboys. Brokeback Mountain 2. He's coming for your ass next, you know.
Yeah, John.
Wait, didn't Anne Hathaway have a nice topless scene in that movie?
Well, I mean, look, Anne Hathaway's had a topless scene in a bunch of different movies. I've seen her boobies quite a few times. And I was looking for it. I had a crush on Anne Hathaway after the Princess Diaries came out. I said, that's a beautiful girl. I was like, I hope she was of age. Shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I thought she was a beautiful girl. Fuck, I think I just talked myself into a whole like Mark S. Zaid situation here. And then when I found out, the first thing you do when you find an actress who is very attractive, you go, has she ever been nude? And then you check the internet for that. You go, has this actress ever been nude? Usually the answer is yes these days.
Yeah.
I wondered that about Jennifer Lawrence. And I think I've seen her anus at this point. So the answer is yes, she has been.
I've seen Hope Solo's asshole.
Have you really?
Mm-hmm.
Hope Solo should be in a Star Wars movie just because of her name.
Mm-hmm. I always picture the person we're talking about just tuning in for the first time 3 seconds before I go, I've seen Hope Solo's asshole, and it's just being like, oh man.
Well, everyone's really upset. Here's how I know I said something good. This happens. That'll get clipped, or Ethan is truly a Mormon. That gets said. You understand. It's like a lot of people watch this show that are close to me. Like my grandmom's like 86. She never misses it. And here I am.
Never misses. She's up now.
Yeah. Here I am. I've seen Jennifer Lawrence's anus. Hey, Grandma.
She's Jabba the Cuck.
Yeah. Sorry I missed Christmas this year, Grandma, but I've seen Jennifer Lawrence's anus. That's I should remember who's watching this show, Your grandmom watches us all call you fat and gay. No. What do you think she's been doing for 40 years? How did I get this way? How did I get this complex? My grandmom did do that to me, by the way. She called me Ugly Ethan once when I was like 16. You know what that did to me? She goes, "Hey, it's Ugly Ethan." She's from Jersey, a Jersey family, you know. I said, "Ugly Ethan, Grandma, you want to go with that? You want to go with okay."
Did I ever tell you what my grandmother did?
Thanks, Grandma.
What's that?
I said, "Thanks, Grandma." Terrible.
I have one better. Like when I was like 20 years old, I was hanging out with a friend of mine who's from Italy, and we were just bullshitting, and I was like, "Oh, my grandmother's from Sicily," and she's like, "You speak any Italian?" I'm like, "No," but she used to call us nicknames. I was like, she called my brother Faccia Bell, and she would call me Faccia Brute, and she just started fucking dying laughing, and I'm like, "What does that mean?" She's like, she called him Pretty Face and you Ugly Face. I was like, and he is better looking. He is better looking at me. I was like, my whole fucking childhood changed in a moment. I'm like, she called me fucking Faccia Brute my whole life. I had no fucking idea what it meant. Ooh, Faccia Brute.
Well, you know, my sister, who is very Mormon, my older sister, she has her kids turned out great. I mean, my sister is a very admirable woman. She works in a hospital delivering babies. You know, she just is, and she's got, you know, she came to Jersey last year, and she came to Jersey to I show you this video clip of my dad, but she came to Jersey to visit grandmom, and because my grandmom's getting old and she wanted to we don't know too much about our family origins. We just don't ask because we don't care. But Jenna does care, and so she came with a tape recorder. We're all at grandmom's house, and we asked grandmom how she met Pop, you know, how this all started. And Jenna was sitting there with the tape recorder wanting to hear a story of romance. And she goes, "Well, me and my friend, you know, we were just little chippies. We'd skipped school. We were smoking cigarettes. And this dude comes along. I was 15 years old. And he comes along on his chopper. He had a motorcycle, him and his pals. He said, 'Hey, bitches, you want to get on the back of the bike and go for a ride?' That was your grandfather. I went for a ride with him." And Jenna was like, That's beautiful, Grandma. Beautiful.
His move was to get me so far away from my home that he said, "If you want to ride back, there's a price."
And that's how your father was conceived.
Somebody just called me Fatta Brute now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's a power move.
Fatta Brute. Yeah.
That's a great move. Get on the chopper, bitches.
Yeah. My grandfather, Pop, who I always thought was exactly like Archie Bunker. You know, he used to just sit in his chair and complain. He died in 1992. I love that guy. I think I look like him too. I'm realizing as I get older, I look more and more like my grandfather, Pop, acting like him as well.
Did he die in the chair in the Lazy Boy?
No, he had cancer. He went to the hospital. I remember one of my big regrets is that he died when I was running my caricature stand right before I created Cyberfrog, you know, and I went to go see him at the hospital, and he looked yellow. I mean, he really looked bad. And I said, "Grandpa, you're going to pull through this, aren't you?" And he looked at me and he went, you know, he had tubes in him and everything. But Grandmom said, he wants you to draw a picture of himself. I can't even remember what he wanted. He wanted me to draw a picture for his wall to hang on the wall. And I went back, and I was going to come back the next day with a drawing for him. And I missed my deadline. And 2 days later, he died. So I still think, I'm like, oh, my Pop just wanted a drawing from me.
Artists,
and because I'm a chronic deadline misser.
Artists are the worst.
Oh.
Not Donald.
And I never missed a deadline again after that. You know, that taught me a lesson. Never to miss deadlines. Always be on time with your art. Because you never know.
He's probably still between worlds haunting that hospital because he's waiting. You have to show up with that thing to let him go to the other side.
Can he back Cyberfrog, Wreck Planet, from where he is? I'd appreciate it if he did.
I hope so. I hope he does at the executive level.
Yeah.
I've had many a deadlines as of you and everything as an artist, and I've always wondered, like, if a gun was pointed at my head, how quick could I draw this page?
Well,
Because you sit there and you spend so much time, but you're like, if somebody had a gun to my head,
all right.
only if somebody was holding a gun to my head, I bet this would be over quick.
So I told the story of Fuzzy Buzzard and Friends, the lowest selling comic book of all time, and the second comic book that I ever drew for Hall of Heroes. And it was a fellow named Tom Neely. He was an older man. Picture Mr. Rogers, but you're not quite sure if he's heterosexual. In fact, you're pretty sure he isn't, because he lives alone and he does puppet shows for kids. And he's paying me to illustrate his puppet shows and put them out as these kind of cheap spiral bound children's books that he can. This is his grift. He goes from elementary school, I'm a children's book author, but he's self-published and he's putting on these puppet shows, and then kids Scholastic style scam where you have to buy the books, yeah. So so I'm involved in, I'm drawing some of these books for him, and he sees that I've done a Cyberfrog comic book, and he's like, hey, maybe we can do a comic book of these characters. And I was like, and he had moved from he was rich. He was fairly rich. He had a house in Jersey, in Atlantic City, and he had a house in Scottsdale, Arizona. And he was in Scottsdale for a little while. He's like, how much would you charge me to draw 20 pages of my puppet shows? And I was like, $1,500. And he said, okay. And $1,500 was an incredible amount of money to me. I was like, holy shit, $1,500. He's like, I'm going to fly you. I said, when are you going to be in Atlantic City next? I'll have it for you. He's like, not for a while. So how about if I fly you to my place in Scottsdale? And, we can do the book. And he had a son, and his son was gay and lived with his, I guess, husband or whatever it was. They all lived in this house together. And he said, so, you stay here until the book is done. I did that fucking book in 3 days, Shane. The entire book. The entire book. I drew pages so quickly. So the question is,
we're in the hot tub.
Can you do 7 pages a day? Yes. Yeah. When you're trying to escape, you can do 7 pages a day. A gun isn't not necessary. You just have to be like, the conditions have to be, you don't get your freedom until this book is done. And then you'd be amazed. Be fucking amazed. The book sold, was solicited through Diamond Previews catalog, sold 35 copies. And
wait, how many did you print? Was it 35?
I don't know. I imagine he printed quite a few, because he paid Alan Stewart at Hall of Heroes to, he met Alan Stewart through me, and then he had Alan Stewart put the book together and everything. It was a cheap newsprint comic. I'm sure he printed 1,000 for himself so he could distribute them from schools, but he really thought the book was going to go into a lot of comic book, shops, and it was going to get Fuzzy Buzzard and Friends a little attention for himself. He'd go more mainstream. But I have a copy of it. I found a copy of it on eBay. Every now and then, one of these fans in the chat taunts me. They find a copy. What?
What's in the full name? I probably have it because I have boxes of stuff that I don't even know how to sort. What's it called?
Fuzzy Buzzard and Friends from Hall of Heroes. I really doubt you do have it.
Neo Mix has a good comment, if I don't know, for £5 or €5. I was in the hospital for a colon cancer operation, a colonectomy this Christmas, and I thought that I hope I don't die before my copy of Cyberfrog comes.
You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding. Oh my God, the pressure.
I'm so glad that he wasn't waiting for cash grab.
I guess I got to pick up the pace. Let me see here. 200 Watt Studio says, Puppet Guy, put your hand in here, Ethan. Put your hand up this puppet. Doesn't feel like a puppet, sir. Yeah. Dumb. I got $1,500 for drawing the book. I got out of there. It was yeah. He's like, I'm feeding you. They wanted to feed me cheap too because they had to feed me a lot. Just Burger King. Just bringing home Burger King. By the way, I told the story of how I ordered $50 worth of Burger King and threw it in the garbage, and I got some hate for that. I actually got some legit hate from people. Like, how could you waste food like that? I get mixed messages from my fans.
When did you order $50 worth of Burger King?
So New Year's Day, or maybe it was the day after New Year's. I'm sitting here working, and the way it's been working lately for the past month is that we've been using Grubhub because we're just busy. The kids are home from school. Andrea is fulfilling all the, the stuff on eBay. There's just no time to cook. And so she'll be like, are you hungry? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, do you want to order from Grubhub? And I'll be like, sure. Yeah, I'll order. I'll just get on I'll order something. It shows up at the door. Right. So I was sitting here going, I'm hungry. And I know the kids are probably hungry too. I'm not even going to bother asking because it's every day we order from Grubhub now, at least one meal a day, just to make it easier on Andrea. So I just go, kids all like burgers. McDonald's doesn't seem to be open. This was New Year's Day. Burger King is open, so I'll order burgers. Now, Grubhub is ridiculous because Grubhub, not only do you have to tip the driver, and that's included, okay, but there's a delivery fee. So if you order $20 or $25 worth of Burger King, it's $50. That's what you're paying twice as much for your meal. The advantage is they're bringing it to you, so you can just you can live at home. You don't have to get out. You don't have to expose yourself to filthy, COVID infected zombies.
Drive-through wasn't convenient enough.
Not convenient enough for me. I don't want to get in my car. So I'm in my underpants. I just want to go to the door and pick it up. So I ordered Burger King. I wasn't even thinking about how Andrea told me, dude, watch what you're eating. If you need something healthy, I'll make it for you. So just on autopilot, I order Burger King, and it shows up. I go, hey, babe, I ordered Burger King for everybody. She goes, we've eaten. I fed the kids upstairs. They had grilled ham and cheese sandwiches for their dinner, and I had a salad. Who's eating $50 worth of Burger King? And I just look at her like, you know what the answer is? The answer is me.
This guy.
That's right, like $50 worth of Burger King. And it sounds so bad. It's like $50 worth of Burger King. That's literally 50 cheeseburgers, but it isn't. It's it's everything. Yeah. So I felt so much shame and embarrassment. No, my wife has never called me dude. I just, that's my that's what I say. I felt so much shame and embarrassment that I got the little ding. The food is on your doorstep right now. And I just sat there and just kept drawing. I didn't even bother going to get it. So I was so embarrassed. Like, I'm a big fat pig that's going to eat $50 worth of Burger King and I'm going to eat it because I don't want it to go to waste. So Andrea goes, your Burger King's here. I don't know how long it's been sitting outside. It's upstairs on the table for you. And she's clearly annoyed with me, And so I felt like I was doing the right thing. I picked it up. I went upstairs. I picked it up, took it right outside to the garbage can, threw it in the garbage.
Flash forward to 2 a.m. It's him fighting with a raccoon.
Some in the driveway, like covered in ketchup. So anyway, I told that story thinking people would be proud of me. No. There are kids starving in Somalia. They told me, kids starving in Somalia, and you have the temerity to throw away food. Well, I feel
but
like
it's okay if they can't see you throw it away. They didn't see it.
For saying that. I feel like I'm doing my part. I'll be back in a minute. If you think Somalian kids don't need monocles. And we're back. So don't give me so much shit. I do my part, people. I'm helping the world in my way. Oh, wow. That is heavy what you just said.
That's support. for your cause.
That is
Yeah.
so symbolic. Well, I really appreciate that. And that's very brave man. I look at heard of somebody knocking. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, what we're doing is really making a difference. And people all over the world, even in fandom, are joining us in Somanicals to Somalia. It is working. Here's what I wanted to show you. Even over at the host of the New Republic, the High Republic show. Look at
Your mic sounds off. Do you still have something open or?
No.
There you go.
Now you sound fine.
Now it's better. Okay, that's weird. Yeah. So the host of the High Republic show.
She got one. Look at it, and now
no, she's not Somalian. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that she's showing some support for our campaign.
I'm saying a week ago she was living in rags at a refugee center, and now she's running a Star Wars show because she got a monocle.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know if she's Somalian.
Another success story. I could see the monocle, Ethan. It's obviously.
She got it
Stop
from
being
us.
so goddamn humble for once. Take some credit. You did good.
All right. I hear you. It's a failing of mine to be humble when, despite all the good I'm doing in the world. So she's very happy. I can officially scream, "I'm the host of the news!" Hooray! Good for you. We can't wait. Shave half of your head. Shave the entire side of your head. Sorry, Cecil. I'm angry. With Star Wars. Oh, what was I talking about? We didn't even get into the Wonder Woman thing. We talked about it a little bit, but here's the whole thing. The movie sucked. Okay, it roundly sucked. Everybody knows it. There has been a rumor now. The first thing that Warner Brothers did in order to change the subject, to control the narrative, was they announced, we're going through with Wonder Woman 3. We're going to be doing Wonder Woman 3 now. And people went,
yeah.
Me and Jeff Johns came up with the story, says Patty Jenkins. We're doing it. And everyone went, fuck. Okay. So, I mean, that was basically people's attitude about it. And then things started to change. Patty Jenkins started to acknowledge that there was something wrong with glorifying and glamorizing rape. Finally hit her. I like to think that my song that I helped write with you, Cecil, Daddy Can't Rape Us All.
Mm-hmm. It could easily be Diana Can't Rape Us All.
I like to think it made some difference.
It definitely did.
Diana can't rape us all. Diana can't rape us all. She can. Diana can't rape us all tonight. Diana can't rape us all. She'll beat up some muggers at the mall. But Diana can't rape us all tonight. We co-wrote that song, you and me. Mm-hmm. We had, you wrote the lyrics. I wrote the music and the melody. And I like to think that song, even though at the time it was misunderstood, John Lennon wrote a song called "Woman is the N-Word of the World." At the time, that song was also misunderstood. People didn't understand, He could have just said women are the bitches of the world, and I would have been playing that. I'd be bumping that in my car right now. It's hard to bump that in your car. Not even a remix, not even a disco remix of "Woman is the N-Word of the."
Paperback Art has a new version called "Cecil Can't Scam Us All." Yes, I can. Cash grab ends in a few hours. 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Oh, let me show that so people understand. Cecil, would you listen to a disco remix of "Woman is the N-Word of the World"?
I'd rather not. If you're about to play it.
It's just Yoko going into the microphone. That's always the best part. Cecil has a comic book. It's called Cash Grab. And the video's down. Why is the video gone?
Oh, that was one of the things when people were flagging it. They said that because at the end the guy gets something stuck up his ass. They said it had like sodomy in it or something.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That's it didn't though. It was off. It was implied. It was implied, but I don't think it. Cash grab by Cecil is about to flip to $256,000. An amazing milestone that we're only $212 away from. Have you backed this campaign yet? Cash grab campaign ends on November 1st. It says of this coming year.
Let Cecil into your heart. Let me touch you.
Yes. Let him touch. You know what? I heard somebody say one time that they wish that they could reach into somebody's ass and actually touch their heart. And I mean, they meant it lovingly.
That's sweet.
Unlock stretch goals included free to every backer. And this is all the cool stuff that you can get, that you are going to get if you back this now.
Theoretically.
If you were, that's what.
In theory.
In theory, ostensibly.
But there's a new one too.
What?
Because Dan Fraga, when it was at like 196,000, he's like, hey, if it hits 250, I'll do a card. And I was like, that was a pretty fucking safe offer. We're never gonna fucking hit 250. But
and now you did.
He told me he's working on it. He saw it.
That's great news. Cash Grab is a 48-page plus full color graphic novel comedy adventure. This is the story that I've been wanting to tell for years, and has it been years? Multiple?
Decades at this point, I guess.
Yeah. And I'm very excited that the day has finally come to launch this campaign. Look at this. This is beautiful. Great work. There's a lot of things that you can do here. You can get a neck gaiter to make yourself.
It doesn't actually stop COVID, but it'll stop people from complaining to you.
That's the entire reason people wear masks anyway.
Yeah.
It's a social compact. It's like, if you don't wear a mask, you're going to get a whole raft of bullshit. So just wear a mask. And people go, no, I'm not going to. I'm like, then enjoy the bullshit. What can I tell you?
Especially these big box stores. They're right there at the entrance when you go in, right? But it's only there to make you feel safe to go in and shop.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really, Did you see that video? Somebody posted it, I think, in the green room, where you can see because of the guys outside and you can see the heat of the moisture, it actually just come out of the mask and just blast somebody in the face.
I've seen it.
It's like, I don't know what people think. Look, I'm not anti-mask, but I'm like, if you
it's just
think,
a signal. It's a fake.
It's a social.
Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything.
But telling people, don't be afraid of me. I'm not.
It gets to turn people into hall monitors, and they get to feel superior if they yell at somebody. Like
but it's messing with people in weird ways. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but if you'll notice, women are doing like their eye makeup is like notched up like 3 or 4 levels now. I mean, it's like glammed out. It's like, dude, like it's like they're like competing with half their face being covered up. They're like glamming out their eyes. It's like crazy.
What are you talking about?
They're applying a lot more eye makeup. Women are today because you only see this, so now their eyes are all like decked out.
Unintentional consequences. It's that's interesting.
And they'll I bet women aren't putting on lipstick as much because it gets smeared off, and
yeah,
it's got to be hitting the bottom line at Revlon.
Yeah, I mean, and you don't know what you're hitting on somebody, and you don't know what they look like, really. I mean, it's got to have some weird social side effects. Like, I mean,
well, I get swiped right on a lot more since I wear my mask on my Tinder account. I was dead in the water without that mask.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Okay, all right. So masks, we understand what they are. It's just you wear them so that people leave you alone. I do a lot of things so that people leave me alone. I don't mind wearing masks, but at the same time, there are people that make me want to just go out there maskless because they're so infuriating. You know, back in the day, there was a character by the name of Kurt Eichenwald, and he was March of 2018. Some lunatic transgender freak by the name of Michelle. What was Michelle's last name? Michelle Perez. Threatened to make your boy Zach, Richard C. Meyer, a quadriplegic. She wanted to either break his arms and his legs and put him in a wheelchair or cut them off. I'm not sure which, but she has this transgendered lunatic. If you'd seen the condition of this person's home,
I did.
You've seen it, right? I mean, there's no way this person should be performing any kind of surgical procedures on anyone. They are not sterile. It was disgusting. So I hope that she meant she was going to break Zach's arms and legs instead. But Zach was like, what the fuck is this? Like, why is this person? So Kurt Eichenwald, who was a journalist with Vanity Fair, was the first mainstream journalist to actually stand up for Comicsgate and intervene and say, wait a second, what is going on with the comic book industry? And when did it become so poisonous, so evil political, I think is the phrase that he used. This Michelle Perez person is the worst human being on Twitter today, just for the day, because this transgendered weirdo threatened to put a veteran comic book critic in a wheelchair over his comic book opinions. And I mean, it turned out, long story short, it's a long circuitous story. Zach rejected this support. Zach made a video. Zach was just kind of like, hey, thanks, but no thanks. There's a spectrum of disorderly people. There's a spectrum of fucked upness. And on one end is me. And on the other end is Michelle Perez. And then here's Kurt Eichenwald. You know what I mean? So it's like, no, thank you. You know, you're kind of a grimy person. And he said, I wouldn't leave my kids around you. Which is what pissed Kurt Eichenwald off, because Kurt Eichenwald was somebody who worked for the New York Times undercover, kind of like 22 Jump Street of child pornography. It was the 22 Jump Street of child porn. And Kurt apparently was undercover with some underage kid who had a child porno website of himself. He had access to it in order to expose it for the New York Times. It was peculiar and made people feel uncomfortable about Kurt. So in any case, for these reasons and many more, Zach refused his help. Kurt Eichenwald reached out to me and Zach in private and said, you are going to accept my help and you are going to make videos exonerating me of, of this shit, or I am going to sue you both. We eventually got him to go the fuck away, and he got in trouble for something else. But he's back. Anyway, like I said, this is a long story short. Okay, I've shortened it. It was longer than that. But I got all the pertinent details down. Kurt Eichenwald now is in the news. Kurt, look at him. This guy. Also, he likes tentacle pornography, shares it with his family, as it turns out. Kurt Eichenwald's COVID freakout. I want to find an anti-masker and beat them to death. So I think Zach was wise. I mean, looking back, Zach's made some choices, some of which are controversial, but I think this one was a good choice, Cecil.
He better find an anti-masker that's already in a coma.
Oh, that's a good idea. Put them out of their misery. You mean like there's no way he could beat anyone up.
No fucking way.
All right.
Just got to pull the plug.
Left-wing journalist Kurt Eichenwald raged against individuals who oppose mask mandates, telling his 506,000 Twitter followers, Jesus Christ, in late-night rants that he desires to find an anti-masker and beat them to death. In a flurry of posts overnight, the author announced that his widowed sister contracted the Wuhan coronavirus because of anti-maskers, while also placing the blame on GOP lawmakers such as Senator Josh Hawley, who, according to Eichenwald, are working to harm America. I wish. Okay, look at this. Here's what he says. I have so much hate in my heart tonight. My sister, widowed by COVID, has COVID. That's not what he sounds like. I have so much hate in my heart tonight. Yeah. My sister, widowed by COVID, has COVID because of anti-maskers. About 4,000 died today. The GOP says nothing. Hawley and his ilk are working to harm America. I wish them and their loved ones all the pain and misery they inflicted on this country. In another message removed from Twitter for violating the platform's rules, Eichenwald expressed the desire to, quote, find an anti-masker and beat them to death. I think Doug TenNaples an anti-masker. He made a video about it. Apropos of nothing. Since they believe they have the right to kill others, they have surrendered any right to object, he said, adding a hashtag reading, categorical imperative. What does categorical imperative mean? What does that mean? Do you know, Cecil?
Well, categorical would mean like cataloged or stated or, you know, published, or if it's categorically, well, no, that'd be one by one. Isn't that categorically? What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know what that means. Categorical imperative.
I know a categorical denial, meaning, you know, I'm denying it on every point, category by category.
He later replied, insisting that he is not planning to kill anyone. All right, let me see these. It's at a moment like this that I want to find an anti-masker and beat them to death. I want to smash them in the teeth with a baseball bat. Since they believe they have the right to kill others, they have surrendered any right to object. What is it with SJWs that they fantasize about violence like this? Why do they do this? Like, you know what? Like, maybe tell a feminist to fuck off and you'll get your balls back. Like, you won't. Like, if you start acting like a man, you'll probably be less likely to wish this kind of penisless violence on people that you don't know. I like to kill them. It's always these guys. It's always these weirdos like this.
I guarantee this guy's never been in a fist fight in his entire life.
I don't think they would actually say this to a person's face either. Like I always, when I read this shit, I always imagine this is just like, you know, like they're passive aggressive. Like they say, hello, how are you? But they think this shit in their head. Like I think their whole day is like this. I think Twitter is just one outlet, but I think everything that comes out of their mouth, they're thinking, I want to slit your throat or something. Like
they have these deep, dark fantasies. Like he goes, no, I'm not planning to kill anyone. No, I'm not planning to kill anyone. I'm going to read it with whatever emphasis I choose. No, I'm not planning to kill anyone. Just as misery descends on our family again, it's hard not to contemplate violence against those who don't care if they kill. That's Kurt.
Yeah.
Kurt doesn't care if he kills. He wants to kill. So he's inviting us to contemplate violence. That's weird. That's a weird thing that he said. I don't want to contemplate violence against anyone.
He's just arguing over what degree of murder he's getting. It's not whether he is going to kill someone, just if it's premeditated or not.
When asked by a Twitter user how people who wear masks contract the virus, Eichenwald snapped, because you fucking moron, masks primarily protect other people. And since 40% of the infected are asymptomatic, the ones without masks are spreading the disease because they don't give a shit about killing others. He said, adding that people are still uninformed or too stupid to care. If you're willing to risk infecting people to attend a New Year's Eve party, I hope it's you who gets COVID, suffers, and dies alone. Or families like mine who have seen loved ones go through that because of the selfishness and stupidity of people like you will cheer your demise. This guy's having a normal one. You know, this is. Can you imagine tweeting this stuff? Like,
how about you see a guy smoking a cigarette and just do that thing about, I hope you fucking die.
Do you know what you're doing to us? You know what you're doing the rest of us with your secondhand smoke? You bastards. All right, so here we go. I fucking hate you, anti-maskers. I hope all of you experience the agony and loss you've selfishly inflicted on so many innocents.
Oh my God, this is the little bit of power of being able to tell people you're doing something wrong. I mean, it's this hall monitor fucking.
Oh.
It's like the Stanford fucking experiment where the guards, they give somebody a little power and they go nuts.
Yeah, this is true. Like, these people do want to control others. Somebody had the best explanation of why SJWs feel the same way that they do, because deep down inside, these people have accomplished absolutely nothing, have no talent, no station in life. They're usually broke. And so the ultimate way to equalize yourself with the rest of normal society is to call normal society bigoted and racist. And you're not. I'm not racist, but everyone else is. You guys are homophobic and sexist and transphobic. That makes you as good as somebody who actually works for a living, produces something in society, has actual power, gets respect from people because, you're not racist and they are. So this is the same thing. Like, you tell people they have to wear masks. Some people might not want to comply with that because they know it's bullshit, and it is bullshit.
Here's what we have to do. If you're wearing a mask and you see somebody with a video camera videotaping somebody without a mask and yelling at them, now that person can't punch that person out because they don't have a mask on. That's the irony, is that if they had a mask on, they would have just beat the shit out of this person because they fucking could get away with it. So it's up to us to just knock that person out for them.
Yeah.
Be like, I got this. And then they're like, I got you on tape. And you got a mask on. And you just clobber them. Tell them to fuck off.
That's a good idea, I guess. Here we go. This is where this is the finale. Like, if this were a fireworks show of mental illness, like, this is the, fireworks everywhere. You fucking Christians who preen about God saving you from COVID so you don't need masks. You're what Jesus condemns. You kill with hypocrisy. Read Matthew 25:41-46. If you realize the Bible is about more than hating gays, looking at you, Smiller, you'll realize for your selfishness, you'll burn in hell. So just an update on what Kurt Eichenwald's been doing.
I've been wondering. That's good.
Yeah. Since
what that crazy kid's been up to.
I like when people who don't believe in God at all try to they go, I don't believe in God. I think this is bullshit and you're an idiot for believing in God. But I'm going to utilize your belief system to try to shame you using my limited knowledge of what the Bible says or means or what Jesus Christ was about. I think that's what just happened there. Kurt Eichenwald. What do you think of that, Shane Davis? Are you glad that you were not in Comicsgate in 2018?
Sometimes you guys actually tell me crazy stories that like this. I've heard the story a couple of times, and I understand the attraction of obviously you're gonna get the attraction of radicals. It doesn't matter if they're radical this or radical that, but you're just gonna get that type of fanatic. So
that's how we got you, pal.
Yeah, it pulled me in. It pulled me in.
That's it.
That's it. I don't know. I don't
your point, and then with sarcasm, and then you just quit on me. I wanted to hear what you really.
Well, no, I'm just I saw a lot of this craziness though. Like, none of it shocks me because we used to talk on Facebook like 2015 a lot, right? We used to be in certain groups together, and I told you how like people in the comic industry were talking crazy shit like this, and all of it has the same rhythm to me. And to me, it's just, I've heard it for years, and it's weird. People were freaking out about, especially after Trump won the election, it was like they were freaking out about you a lot, and this is when you were still at DC. And I was like, why does this artist care what this artist is doing? And why? It was all the same kind of snarky. It all sounds like it's written by the same person with the same like apathy / sarcasm for life. It's like, I don't know. It becomes like like a drone speak. It just sounds like it's all written by the same person, even though that was about masks. You could just swap that out for anything else. And it just sounds like like I don't want to call it SJW speak, but I don't know what to call it. And I know he maybe isn't an SJW, but it's still this, like I'm on talking absolutes and big extremities, but I don't, I would never back that up type internet speak. It's just weird. Like I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, I don't either. I think these people are. What do you think, Cecil? I can see the pornography reflected in your glasses, pal.
Yeah.
No, it's I was looking at the election results actually.
Is it finalized yet or no?
It's Ossoff and Perdue are 50-50, and Warnock is 50.4 against Loeffler 49.
Same as it was. It's What's going to happen?
He was looking at erection results.
No, hold on a second. You're looking at erection results. That's
very good.
Shane's talking porno there.
Well, yeah, no, it is. It's all a fucking hive mind. That's why they hated the NPC tag that they got a few years ago. When everybody was like, "You're like an NPC. You all say the exact same fucking thing like a video game character," and it's that nailed them because you're right. It does sound like it's written by the same fucking person because they all read and repeat the exact same thing. I know in New York, I beat people at their arguments because I already know every fucking word they're gonna say. You already know it.
Yeah, of course you do. So by the way, the Republicans lost the Senate to the Democrats. I do blame Mike for this. I do blame Doug. And I told you why at the beginning of this show. The universe has a balance, like the Force has a balance. While Doug and Mike are losing, the rest of us can win.
The plus side is Doug is going to have 1 million subs because of this, because people are going to go pouring. The opposition media does great when they're out of power. That's where they have the highest ratings.
Why is that the plus side?
I want Doug to become huge.
Why?
I don't know. I really do.
It would be funny. You want him to be the new Rush Limbaugh.
You could put me on a lie detector. I would fucking be totally thrilled if Doug was this gigantic fucking figure, and I would just fucking think it was the.
What if you turned on the news and like, hey, here's Doug TenNapel?
I would love that. It'd be so fucking ridiculous.
Opinion maker, Doug TenNapel.
Kingmaker.
Opinion maker.
I fucking would love it. I'd be like, how crazy is the world that like this guy who was in here fucking, being at the
This is the time. If you want to turn this channel into a political channel, now is the time to do it because and I was considering it like in October. A couple of people got in my ear and said, you're really first of all,
2 days after the election, you're like, face it, we lost. You would, if you had said, we're going to fight this till the end, you'd have 800,000 subs by now.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I can't lie to people. I can't do that. Like, I can't give people false hope. Like, I can't do it.
Hope is never false.
800,000 subs. Boom.
Spoken like a cultist from the Mormon church. I believe in hope. I'm going to give hope all the way.
I'm persuaded already.
I don't care.
That was a great line.
Doug, I'm Doug TenNapel in persecution.
I can't do it. Some people contacted me from Sirius XM and said, do you want to come and guest host on a political radio show? Because we think you're a really good broadcaster.
Doug and in the morning.
Yeah, and I talked to Andrew about it. I said, I'm too stupid to do that because I don't want, first of all, I don't want to follow the news. And I don't want to. I like to talk about things that don't matter and then imbue them with urgency. Like, that's what I'm all about. Like, it's vital that Star Wars not suck. That's fun. That's fun for me to talk about. Me going, the entire country is going to hell because, the Republican Party, for many reasons, was overwhelmed by the schemes, the dishonesty, the corruption of the far left who can dominate at this, who are so good at cheating. that they utterly destroyed in reaction to Donald Trump. They overreacted, and they weren't punished for overreacting. They were rewarded for it.
I've said this to you for actually over years now, but you always brushed me off. But the reason they were never called out on their cheating is because there's a large number of the Republican Party that fucking, they wanted to go back to business as usual. They were all fucking, making money hand over fist. When you look at these when you see their kids on the board of fucking directors, Mitt Romney's kids on there too, with Pelosi's kids, with fucking Biden's kid, like they're all fucking in it. Like Trump was bad for business for the fucking establishment. There is no Democrat or Republican Party. It's the same fucking.
It's Washington D.C. and Trump got in there, and he was
a
why we loved him.
Troublemaker. He was a fucking, he wasn't part of the system. He didn't know the fucking rules. He didn't. I mean, look at the fucking, like, you're telling me you sent $700 million to the Sudan. How many people in Congress and Senate have relatives, whether it's cousins or something, who have business interests or getting hired for contracts, for supplies, for things? So they send over 600 or 700, 500 comes back in forms of business contracts to family members of Congress and Senate. Like, that's the way it's been done for fucking ever. Trump comes in and it's like, what are we sending them that money for? And they're like, this guy's fucking with our money.
That's exactly correct. And they did everything that they could. I mean, they went over the top. When I said after the election, I said they cheated fair and square. I mean, they were diabolical in the way that they cheated, the way they treated this.
Just as many Republicans in on it as the Democrats.
They were supportive of it. Let's talk at some of them, said, well, I'm trying to weigh my options. Should I mouth support for Trump? Is that going to help me get reelected or what? And over time, everybody just wilted. I mean, everybody just wilted. And even tomorrow, it's like there's some people who are going to stand up. They're going to do it half-heartedly to get it on the record that we stood up for the Republican Party. And that's, it's a political thing. For the most part, yeah, Trump was a big troublemaker. And that's why we loved him. That's why we wanted him around at this.
Fucked with their money. Listen, he came in there. We've been fighting fucking, ISIS and Al Qaeda for fucking 19 years. He came in and was like, why are we
doing this?
Why are we having a hard time with the guys with rusty AK-47s when we have fucking, satellites? And like, let's just crush them in fucking 3 months
and move on. Everybody come home.
And they're like, yeah, well, the thing is, we were making $2 billion a month with that operation, and all that fucking money was coming back to our fucking pockets. So you just fucked a major source of income. And that's on both sides of the aisle. Like, he was bad for business, but he was good for American citizens, but bad for fucking Washington's business.
There was a lot of companies fighting for those accounts too. I remember when I was working with the PS stuff, but I also did some stuff with Oakley, and Oakley were like, hey, we want to pay you some, we can't pay you everything. How about we give you a bunch of free shit? And I'm like, okay. And they're like, hey, you want these combat boots that the American government didn't pick up the account on? It was like a lot of companies were trying to get that money, like bidding on those accounts and everything. Companies you wouldn't think Oakley was trying to dress soldiers for war, but just designer companies trying to bid for those accounts. There was a lot of weird stuff going on, like with when you start looking at that, like, because the government goes to the lowest bidder, right? So whoever says they'll do the job for the least amount of money, like they're underbidding one another to get the account. A lot of companies, a lot of money getting passed around.
Trump was extraordinary. He will go down as one of the worst presidents of all time historically. And in the meantime, he was one of the most important and the best presidents that we've ever had. And that's the real injustice of this. He was a very, very important president.
Well, he woke up a lot of people who just saw,
who
were kind of like, oh, these guys are on my side and those guys are on the other side. And I think a lot of people now are just like, if an election is rigged in the shining hope of democracy, then what the fuck are we doing here?
Film Talk says his legacy is yet to unfold. Well, I know, but history is written by the victors, and you're already seeing what they're saying about him. They're going to make that stuff stick. I've read a lot about Joseph McCarthy. It's like Senator McCarthy, his legacy is lies. But that's what they needed to say about him. When you get that close to the truth, when you get that close to the corruption and exposing it to the American people and getting the American people excited about exposing this corruption and undoing it and fixing it, you must be destroyed. And that is what they're doing to Trump. Trump's legacy is that he is beloved by the people. He always will be. I mean, we have an extraordinary affinity for this man as president.
Listen, if you really loved Cecil's political rant there, here's how you pay him back. You pay it forward.
Subscribe to his channel.
First of all, go subscribe to Cecil Says. Great guy. Known him since he started. And also, you want to back Cash Grab? It's ending in 2 minutes ago.
All right, let me look at some stuff here. First of all, I should have mentioned this again real quick. By the way, so no political channel. I can't do it. I know everyone else is going to pass me, but I love my audience. I think you guys are here for entertainment. I think you guys are here for fun. I don't assume that all of you guys believe what I believe personally, and in terms of politics. I don't want to go that way. I just don't. Thought about it. No.
Listen, if you want to go for that kind of talk, you come over to my channel, Doug Tenaple in Exile. Yeah. And I will talk. I break it down. I talk about the demon rats and the rhino Republicans.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, that go. His channel's probably really entertaining, and definitely subscribe if that's what you're in for.
I just got 4,000 subs while you said
that. Yes. Oh my God. Oh, YouTube is just not fair. The buckler just ended. But no, it's in demand. The buckler's in demand. It ended at its 2-month reign at $11,000. So congratulations to John Dillard and family. This is great. There's still time to back the buckler if you'd like to do that. It is the buckler at Indiegogo. Over here, let's see, 499 book 1. This is Richard C. Meyer's new campaign with Narwhal. I want to encourage people to back and support this. And now let me be greedy. This is Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet. I'm so happy that this went to 1.1. We just got some more backers as well. 1.1 and $20,000. So, and we passed. Okay, so we're at 10,402 backers. So we hit that milestone as well. Thanks to everyone for this. I promise you, if you back Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet, this is a vow. This is a real promise. You're going to be so glad that you did. This is going to be the highest quality campaign with the best comic book and the most cool free stuff. Obviously, if you back at the $25 level, you're getting a Cyberfrog PVC toy that comes in a box. It comes in a package. We actually did that together. And you were going to get a ton of stuff. You're getting a Chromium copy of Wrecked Planet. You're getting Cyberfrog Heartsick Horror with art by the way, I picked up EJ Morges. I said, don't you ever, and I doubled his page rate, which cheered him up. I said, you get back to work. So EJ Morges and Kanan White doing Heartsick Horror together. That's going to be a bonus comic book. Salamandroid Color Zine, a reprint of all of the Hall of Heroes Salamandroid stuff in color. 6 trading cards, 2 big giant stickers, a Cyberfrog keychain, and the Cyberfrog PVC toy for $25. Probably the best value that you can get. And that's only because this campaign was so very, very successful. So backing Cyberfrog at any level is a great deal. If I were you, I would back. Here's what I would do. This is what you do to get everything in this campaign. This is the cheat code that I'm about to give you. The cheat code is back both comics at $50 here. And then go through to checkout and then add a Salamandroid figure at checkout for $25 plus, I think, $5 shipping in additional. So for a total of like $80, you are, and maybe like $100. I don't know how much that'll all rally up to, but you will get one of everything at that point. So that is the cheat code. Get one of everything on Cyberfrog Wrecked Planet. And thanks for that. Snowman is going to end in 5 days. I'm going to get Matt Martin on here. We're going to have a big talk, a powwow. I'm going to introduce you to him and talk about the old days at Hall of Heroes. And all that stuff. Back Snowman, A Cold Day in Hell. This is ending in 5 days. It's not going to go to another 30 days. We're going to take this right to print and get this fulfilled and then see if we can get Matt started on Snowman 2. Do not miss Snowman #1. Obviously, don't miss this book. And Rainbow the Brute. Now, this is different. This campaign's going to go on forever and ever. I'm never going to end this campaign. This is going to be open all year long. You're going to have plenty of time to back it. We've sold 1,052 out of 4,000 of the lunchbox editions, which already come with a thermos and one of everything in the campaign. The bigger this campaign gets, the more cool, fun stuff that we're going to add to it. We're going to add pencils with smelly eraser toppers that are shaped like Rainbow the Brute. That's one thing that I want to make. So remember those from when you were a kid? Smelly erasers. And Cecil's Cash Grab, which is right here, which, look, I've been pitching this one pretty hard. This book, if it ever comes out, and wink, wink, it is going to come out. Don't worry about what Cecil says. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff for this campaign. This is going to be the funniest book with the coolest stuff. 255,000. Look, we got more backers. So we're close to 250.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your incredible support. Also, in the description below, for those of you who are kind of new to Cyberfrog and haven't read Blood Honey, all of those books, Blood Honey and Unforgettable Tales from our past campaigns, are available on our eBay store. And the link to our eBay store is in the description below. When you order it, we ship it the same day. Andrea is on it. She packs it up. She puts a little, that picture of my face with the sunshine behind it. We made stickers of that, and that comes on your package now. It's like a little label of me being with a shit-eating grin on my face. And that your package will ship out. We send them first class or priority mail. So it's likely that your book will arrive in 2 to 3 days. So that is the quickest way to get caught up with Cyberfrog, and the link to our eBay store is in the description. Andrea wakes up every morning and goes, how many eBay orders do I have? Usually it's like 4 or 5, and she gets to it right away, ships them out every single day. It's the first thing that she does, even before she sends the kids to school. I want to thank you all.
Good girl.
Andrea is, without question, the best woman on planet Earth. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I see these bitches. Like, we started the show with Alex DeCampi, and it's easy to kind of go, it's possible that women are all bitches, because we see Zoe Quinn, we see Alex DeCampi, we see Renfamous. We interact with the worst females on the face of the earth. But I go to bed with the kindest and the best and the most generous. And it makes me realize that I can never be MGTOW. I can never be an incel, because many women are great. Not all women are horrible, shrewish, selfish, evil bitches. Just a few of them. Mm-hmm. They all hate us. So that's probably saying something good about us.
So I hope somebody clipped that, because you get called a misogynist a lot, but he just said not all women are bitches.
I don't think hashtag not all women.
Not all women.
No, it's just that we see, here's the thing. It does make you angry, because we encounter the worst. Like, we see the worst in fandom, the worst women, the Kathleen Kennedys, these people who are constant trolls, who, are obsessed with identity politics and their own gender, and calling us chuds, and, hating on the fans. Like, these are the people that we encounter. And it's easy to just think this is what all women are like. It isn't. There are good girls out there. I promise you, because I got one. Shane's got one too. Cecil will get one someday if he moves out of his sister's house. We'll see about it. It's not Witten, Cecil. You look in a different direction. We love you all. We love everybody in the audience.
Chats. People are saying super chats.
Oh, super chats. Oh my God. Thank you, Cecil.
I think you had a few sneak in.
Yeah, thank you guys for super chats too. That's how I pay my bills. People think Ethan's money. Yeah, people think I'm rich because Cyberfrog does well. I spend that money on books. I don't have any. This is how I pay my bills.
That money in the garbage from Burger King. He doesn't.
Yeah, that is true. You know what? I think they got mad because it made me look like an elitist. Like, I would dare throw away food.
They're not fat enough. But I know exactly what you went through.
If you had told people you ate $50 at Burger King, they would ostracise you all the same. That was you wouldn't have won either way.
They don't know, Ethan. I know the struggle. I know what it's like to leave CVS
during Halloween season and have like 2 bags of open candy on the car seat next to you. And then you just get so disgusted when you see all the wrappers that you get up at the next light and throw it in a garbage
at the next light.
Run out of your car and just get it out of your car. Throw out the full bag of candy because you're just like, what am I doing?
I did that so many times where I would buy a pie, I would eat a slice, and then throw the rest of the pie away out of disgust with myself.
Fact
Like,
pie. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that. Here's the thing, though. On the other hand, I am an elitist that went Burger King is trash food. Like you either eat it or you throw it away, and it's like throwing away $50. It's not even 50. It's $25 for the Burger King that I was charged an extra $25 for to ship it to me. But it's like nobody needs to be eating this. It's like like 3 Whoppers came in that. Nobody needs to eat that garbage. It's like I will throw that away. It does more good to the garbage can than it does.
You guys remember the 99-cent Whopper? Remember back when you could get it would be like limited time. I mean, obviously the burger patties were going bad or something, but they would run a special for like a month. We were like pouring in college. Like we would just go buy a bunch of 99-cent Whoppers and freeze them. We would just load our freezers.
They sell them cheap because they make a shit ton of money on French fries and soda.
Oh, the soda is where it's at.
Relatively inexpensive items.
Yeah. Soda's where it's at for them. No, it got better than that. I remember being in San Jose for ApeCon, like in the 90s. And there was a McDonald's there that was like, hey, it's retro McDonald's day. All of our cheeseburgers are 25 cents like they were originally. And it was like, I think it was 12 cents. It was ridiculous. At that point, you have to buy 100 of them. You know what I mean? Like you have to. Like, what are you gonna? They're 12. Sorry, 12 cents.
See, that's where me and you are completely opposite. So you're thinking I have to buy a lot because they're so cheap. I'm like, there's got to be something wrong with it.
What's wrong? What could be wrong with it? They're cheeseburgers.
The fact is that cheap. But so I worked at a grocery store in high school, and the manager was such a penny pincher that if meat was expiring, he would chase a customer to the register, marking it down, only to get rid of it because it was about to go to the dumpster. Yeah. He would literally be bargaining with them, taking money off. And after I saw that, and I would know, well, it's expired, it's got to go into the garbage. Whenever I see cheap food, like I'm like, I always think of food poisoning for some reason. I
just saw that as a fun gimmick. It's like, hey, we're making so much money anyway. Let's just, it never occurred to me because you watch them make the cheeseburgers. So clearly they're fresh. You get to pretend it's 1950. They're 12 cents. And I mean, I did literally buy 20 of them and I could only eat 6 of them. And it didn't matter though. I was so happy to be able to spend 12 cents on a cheeseburger that I ate like 6 of them. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this other 14. But it's a sin to not buy them at that price or something. I don't know. So it's all from being poor and hungry when I was growing up. That's why I'm so fat. It's like there was no food in the house ever when I was growing up. I'd have to get my mom. I'd have to be like, Mom, can you cook me something? Because I have to work. And my mom would make me a nice fry scramble of potatoes and eggs or something like that. Something really cheap that was delicious. My poor mom. But that's the whole thing. There's no food in the house. There are 9 kids living there. There's a dad who's not working. And so, it's like as soon as you start making your own money, you're like, I'm like, Gone with the Wind. I'm like, I will never be hungry again, but I will be morbidly obese.
But the weird thing is you're hungry all the time.
Constantly. I love food. People are like, well, are you using food to self-medicate or self-soothe? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what it is because I never really feel bad. I'm always happy. So, and you can ask Andrea this. The one thing that I will say is that I am not a pain in the ass to live with. I wake up every morning singing. I put on a show. I'm like, I wake up cheerful. I'm not a pain in the ass. I always smile. She asks me to do something, I do it. I'm a joy to live with. Never in a bad mood. I'm never in a bad mood. So it can't be that I'm like I feel bad and I hate myself, so that's why I'm eating. It's just that I'm greedy about food because I didn't get enough when I was growing up. I think that's what it is, Cecil. And food is delicious.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is delicious. Like Andrea and I, one of the things that we loved to do when we were dating was find the best restaurants in Philadelphia and be like, oh, this one got 5 stars for their sushi. Let's go check them out. And she was like amazed that, like, even though Andrea is way more of an adult than I am, at the same time, she'd be like, you mean you'll drive me to Philadelphia to the finest restaurant there? Yes, of course I will. She's like, that's so adult. It's like, it's weird. So we would go to like these great restaurants together and just enjoy like 5-star sushi. And that became kind of a thing that we did. Like, food is good. Let's go eat good food.
Yeah.
Actually, some of the greatest Chinese restaurants and stuff is in Philly. Like in America, I think, like, can get some dumplings that are really awesome. All that, there's that one part of Philly that's Chinatown where, like, all the crabs are alive in the front, the frogs, whatever, if you're into that, like all the seafood's live.
Oh, that's great. I love all that stuff. If you get into Japanese food, Thai food, if you get into like Chinese food, all that stuff, seafood, especially Asian seafood, I am there. Deep fry a penguin, delicious. Absolutely delicious.
See, that's the problem, man. Food is so good. Like, it's such a good part of life.
Yeah, I don't need to drink. Like, I could never be a drug addict or an alcoholic. I'm just not. I drink when drinking to me is celebratory, and I rarely get to do it because I have work to do. If I drink, I'm going to pass out. So I know that if I start drinking right now, I'm going to bed in 1 hour, and I'm going to get nothing done tonight. Food though, there's nothing better than food. I think I like sex better than food, but it's close. It's a close call there. So yeah, I might be food addicted. Who knows? Ethan's a sleepy drunk. I lost my ability to drink. I can't.
I have a theory that it's if you always feel the need to feed yourself and fatten yourself up, you're probably from like peasant stock, and like you're in your DNA. You've had people that have faced famines and faced lean times, and it's genetically encoded in you to just fucking get while the getting's good, because you don't know how long the next meal is going to be. And I think now we're in a place where the world has never been, where there's just unbelievable amounts of food all the time. It's we're like kings never had what the average.
You can have whatever you want whenever you want it, and it'll be delivered to your door now.
Right? Yeah, these guys had to go halfway around the world for us fucking spice. It's like a big deal. Like, we're eating. Our DNA has not caught up to the fact that food is so abundant. So you're still being told, all right, better load up, because it could be months before you have a good meal again. You know. Whereas if people who are from a higher standing or stock or aristocrats, they don't have that. They've never faced hunger, so they kind of have that. I'll eat when I'm hungry. I'm not hungry. But if you're from like most of the world, you're hungry all the time.
Well,
your body processes a lot of things as fat too, is because it technically doesn't know when it's going to eat again. It doesn't register that you might not need fat in the future.
Shane, how did you lose all that weight? Was it exercise?
All cardio. Yeah, but diet. So it's weird. Like you were talking about diet stuff. It gets weird. So when you're at certain weights, like there's things you can eat. I had to get rid of sodas, but then I had to get rid of everything that had starch in it or sugar. So I had to get rid of potatoes, white rice. There was basically only 2 white things I could eat, and that was egg whites and Granny Smith apples. That's the only apple you can eat. If I ate fruit, my body would digest it as a candy bar because I was that obese. So it's not until later that then I could eat fruits. So at first it was horrible. So I tossed like something like 60 some pounds in a year. This is going to sound crazy. I went on a filet mignon diet. I had Granny Smith apples, egg whites, and that was it. And one cheat day. And I would lift weights one day and then do kickboxing another day and then lift weights the next day, kickboxing, do that for 6 days a week. tore through a bunch of weight, but I would plateau and have to switch. But because I did 2 different exercises, like my body was always like either building muscle or it was hell. It was hell, man. But after I got to a certain level, then I could eat fruits. Then it wasn't so bad, you know. But eating so much red meat, just pure red meat or tuna, but mainly red meat, like, dude, like I was irate all the time. Like I was just like, you know, it messes with you when you switch your food intake. It messes with everything, you know. So
I don't want to be pissed off, you know. Maybe that's why the sugar makes me happy. And that's why I'm careful.
But the truth is when you start dieting, depending on what because body fat ratio, whatever, your body will digest, like even carrots is like a candy bar. Like there are certain things you can't eat that you can eat once you're at a different weight. And it's not fair. That's the worst part about dieting. And that's why dieting's so problematic when everybody says what diet works, is because one, different people's bodies process things different. Like, you know, obviously Yanti's Asian. She can eat carbs all day long. She can eat noodles before she goes to bed and not gain any weight. I can't eat noodles like her. And that's just her. People came from a different part of the world, and her ancestors, kind of like what Cecil was saying, they process carbs for generations, you know, just kind of like how like Native Americans can't process alcohol. It's the same thing. There are genetics involved with dieting. It's weird. So
I feel like I look good fat, but I like my face, Cecil. I like my big fat face. I do like it. You know, I think I look better now than I looked when I was younger, but like more appealing to look at. I can never stand
you don't
the way.
want to drop dead.
I don't want to drop dead. But I like the round shape of my face and my long pointy nose and my beard, which is gray. I literally like the way I look now, which is unusual for me. Having said that, I have a 4-year-old daughter. I do want to live longer. I want to be more attractive to Andrea. All of these things. So I'm listening to that. I'm like, I could eat red meat. I could do nothing but eat filet mignon. Why filet mignon?
Because it's the leanest cut of beef that you can get. Basically, to buy it affordably, I would have to buy this big slopping slab from the butcher and then go cut it up myself. And it just looked like I killed. Like one time, a girl I was dating walked in to my kitchen, and the whole sink was covered in blood, and there's a knife laying there. I mean, blood gets everywhere. It's horrible. But it's the only affordable way to do that diet. You're just gonna eat lean proteins, and you'll dump weight kind of quick, but it's miserable. I would never wish that on anybody again, but it was the problem. I mean, but I lost. So I remember 1 week, because I was doing this comp weight. We were doing like a toss the weight competition at the gym. And I went to San Diego. I remember I was dieting so hard, they stopped me in TSA because I had cans of tuna in my suitcase. I don't know why. I was traveling to a Comic-Con with cans of tuna. Like I was like bringing my food with me. It was just so dumb. And I'm having to explain it to them. I'm like, look, they're not bombs. It's just fish. It's fine. Whatever. I don't know. It was stupid. But anyways, that 1 week just going to San Diego, traveling, and the stress of comic stuff and whatever, and the convention, I came back and got on the scale, and I lost 16 pounds in 1 week. Less than a week. It was like 16 pounds.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That sounds a little nutty to me. I'll tell you what I weigh right now.
It was nutty, but there was and there's water weight is an issue too. So like, if you kick all sodas, like you're going to lose 10 pounds like the first week, eight weeks. If you're a soda drinker,
what about liquor? Is liquor a problem?
No.
You have to drink vodka.
Yeah, here's what I do, because I like, obviously one thing that I really am motivated by are numbers. So I know what I weigh, and I go, I'm going to see a different number here on the scale tomorrow. I set goals like that for myself, and I'll burn through 30 pounds, where I just go, what is it going to take for me to move that number tomorrow? I'll get on my bike, I'll lift weights, I'll run, all of that stuff. I watch what I eat. I'm getting better about it right now. Like, I'm not eating junk. I eat a little popcorn today, dried popcorn, and Andrea just flipped out on me. She said, "Stop eating that crap. Throw it away." But I'm being careful about it. I just want to see the number go down. And that's what will get me going. People in the chat are saying, yeah, watch your calories and that's it. I kind of agree with that.
I would say, I dropped 50 pounds and I was like, I still got a lot to go, but fasting was easier for me because it's easier for me to not eat than to eat right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As soon as I start fucking having something, it's like fucking the chains are off. I go fucking it's like it's easier for me to not eat for 3 days than to eat sensibly for 3 days.
And that will work for some people, but some people, this is the problem with saying a diet works. Is 8 diets work for 8 different people? Like that's the problem with that. With me, that never worked with me because I was one of the people where my body wants to hang. Like if I go into starvation mode, my body will try to hang on to fat. Like it just will. It doesn't want to process. Now, eventually, it will have to. But like I lost a lot of weight by eating smaller meals that was lean protein and eating more times a day. Like by boosting up your metabolism by eating like those, like smaller portions. The Rock. I know that he's a bad example because he's a big buff dude and he's been bodybuilding his whole life, whatever. But he eats like something stupid, like 8 meals a day, a lot of fish and brown rice. But some dude, you can look it up. Somebody tried to do his diet and he was puking by the 4th meal.
Yeah, but the guy also like 8 hours a day.
8 hour, yeah. I mean, that's the difference. But the point is with The Rock is he's speeding up his metabolism by eating small meals so many times a day that it's like at some point, if you're trying to lose weight, it becomes like, now that's building muscle too, but it's like a furnace where you're just feeding it, but you're feeding it like lean protein that it will speed up your metabolism if you do work out enough that it just causes your body to burn your metabolism speeds up.
Let me read some super chats here and see what people are saying. Because people do have a lot of things to say about this. People like to talk about diets and what works for them, and I'm all ears. I love that. I like to listen because where are my super chats? Come on, where did they all go? Oh, I just sold some comics on eBay. Thank you guys. Let me see here. Monetization, supers. Your super chats and stickers activity. No, they're malfunctioning right now. That's unusual. Why would they do that to me? Why would they fuck me up like this when I'm trying to read my super chats? Let me try one more time. Super chats. There they are. Okay, good. Who's blowing their nose? Is that Cecil?
Yanzi. No.
Oh, Yanzi. Oh, Yanzi's there. Hi, Yanzi.
No, she's in the other room. She's just like an elephant when she blows her nose. She can't hear you.
Oh, Jay Hansen says EVS lift heavy weights. Yeah, I like that idea. My arms right now are not good. My arms are string beans right now. So I'm actually using dumbbells. I got a nice dumbbell rack over here I got for Christmas. Taco Jones, why can't I I'm serious with the super chats right now. This is not my fault. YouTube is messing me up. Why do they do this to me? Why is it me that they do this to? Fade Out 17, Taco Jones, I'll read yours in a second. He says something about a motivation. Fade Out 17 says, have you seen Mike's new politics channel? Yes, I did.
Is he doing it too?
Of course he is. He's a grifter. Of course he is. Mike is trying it. The problem is that it doesn't, the problem is that it doesn't matter what Mike's talking about. It's still Mike. You know what I mean? Like it's still Mike. He's got one video where people did sample him, and it's at like 20,000 views. And then every subsequent video is at 250 views, which is what his videos get. It's just, that's his audience right now. The people did reach out to him. Here's the way it works. The way it usually works is you find a new subject and people go, holy shit, I really enjoyed that video. And then people pile on after that. Your sub count blows up. And then every video that you make that's on that subject, more and more people pile on and join in. The algorithm notices this, and then you go to the moon. What are you laughing about?
Mount Fillmore in the chat says the name of his channel is I Am Mike S. Miller in Exile.
He's like, I want to thank Doug Tenaple for letting me know how to do it. And it's like, it's not that. It's a couple of things here. Doug Tenaple is unique in that
Doug's an interesting guy. He has a lot, you know, he's well versed in a lot of things. He knows classical art, philosophy, politics, you know, video games, art, you know, comedy, religion,
yeah.
you know, and he can hold your attention while talking about things that you normally wouldn't be interested in, which is a talent. So yeah, Doug's an interesting guy. I mean, you know, he's an asshole, but he's, you know, he's smart and he can hold your attention while talking. Not saying Mike's dumb, but he's not, but I'm just saying like he's not as compelling a orator.
No, he really isn't. Like there's not a lot that's compelling about Mike. Let's see. Ethan does lift heavy. They're called his tits, says Snarkticon DM. That was a good one.
Whatever, you two guys never offered to speak at Mike's funeral. That's it.
Speak at Mike's funeral. What do you mean? Oh, no.
I was reading, just hearing you guys talk. I'm just like, you know, don't volunteer for that. Like if the family asks, you know, just
the thing about Mike.
I'm gonna speak at your funeral.
Yeah, you can speak at my funeral and just stay away from my wife.
Here's what I'm gonna say, Yanzi, you want to go out?
Yeah, I knew where you were going.
Yanzi, you want to go out?
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Mike and also like Nasser and all these guys who kind of left this channel to pursue a solo career. They were heels. Like this is the thing. Mike was great on this channel when he was being a dickhead and John Malin was making fun of him. That is what Mike needs to be all the time. If Mike is the protagonist of his own story, people don't like it. Same with Nasser. Nasser is trying a solo career. He can't do it. Nobody wants to hear Nasser alone. People want to hear other people making fun of Nasser. And that is where he needs to be. It's a very simple dynamic. Howard Stern uses it all the time. There's Howard, Robin, Fred. You know, that would be me, Shane. Well, to a lesser extent, Shane. We kind of crack on Shane. But, you know, me and Cecil and John, you know, we're like Howard, Robin, and Fred. And then other people who come in here are other characters. And they're of various levels of respect. You know, Mike would be, who would Mike be? I mean, almost like somebody who takes himself really seriously. Mike would kind of be a Baba Booey type almost.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
sure. Yeah,
out of all of them. And then, you know, Nasser would be any of the weirdos, you know, that come in and, you know, have a lot of self-confidence, but are weird.
I am Dr. Romulan. That's Nasser.
Yeah, Shane. Let me see what Shane would be on in Howard Stern's cast.
I don't know if I'd be on that. Shane
would be like one of those guys. Who's the guy who invented a golf tee?
Henry Bemis said Shane is crackhead Bob.
No, he's not
crackhead
Bob.
Shane is that Republican guy who invented a golf tee.
Okay, Doug something. Doug,
like he gets made fun of, but it's no, like people do take him seriously. He's a real person. He's not a clown. It's just
honestly, I do cry myself into the pillow at night after Cecil, but it's all right.
I didn't say anything to you.
Not today.
That's a shame. That's a really sad thing, Cecil. Why don't you stop bullying Shane all the time?
I do think Cecil's been nicer to me sober than drunk. I mean,
shut up.
Sober Cecil is something else. I'm ready to do it though. I'm ready to, you know, one thing I will say is that I listen to channel feedback and you know, I've been kind of doing streams solo lately. People are not having it. People really want what they want is they want me, they want Cecil, they want John, they want Shane, they want Dan Fraga and Narwhal. And those are the people they want on their show. And I hear it nonstop. It's great that you're solo, Ethan, but Can you bring in Cecil and John and the crew? That's what we like. And so I've got to put these guys on the payroll or something so that they actually need to be here.
So show up. Yeah.
Yeah.
No call, no show. You're fired. Yeah.
What have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously. What have I done for you lately? Cash Grab. Oh, Cash Grab is still going.
I haven't heard Starlight Cats one time tonight.
Not once. Drunken Atheist Studio. Don't worry, I'll get to it. Drunken Atheist Studio says I'm 5'11". I'm so sorry. I always forget one thing. I'm 5'11".
Dude, I was just picking. I was just picking. I don't care.
Let me see here. Ethan always goes in for one idea. Mix it up. Well, I do mix it up, but I'm 5'11", 135 pounds. For 10 plus years, I've been on a strict diet of pizza bagel bites, Bud Light with lime, chicken soup, and sour bright crawlers. It works.
Yeah,
Hi, Anna.
Yeah, that's Anna. Anna's in the chat, by the way. Sorry.
Hi, Anna. Oh, the real Anna's in the chat. Hello. Yeah, that sounds like Anna's diet, frankly. Except I don't know if she would eat pizza bagel bites. Maybe she would. Like, there's nothing nutritious that Anna eats.
No.
You know. I'm sorry about the super chats, guys. I'll show you what happens.
It's dirt.
Oh, she does eat dirt, doesn't she?
Yeah.
I think that's a desperate attempt for her body to grab minerals because she's not eating vegetables and fruit.
Well, pica, yeah. Her body literally craving minerals.
A salt block.
This channel has 931 members. That's amazing. 939, I should say, members. Amazing. Thank you guys for that. That's real support. Thank you. The least I could do is make you guys trading cards. I'm working on it. Fuck, the super chats aren't working. They're just not working.
You released some Cyberfrog artwork the other day. I guess Malin did something and Kanan White. What is all that for?
I asked a bunch of guys. I was thinking about making a card game, and I needed some artwork for it. And so I got everyone at the time to do artwork for it. And then I gave it all to Kyle Ritter to color, and he just didn't color it. It wasn't important. It wasn't urgent. And so I looked at that artwork, and it was all too good to just let sit there. And I decided to make it into a calendar for Wrecked Planet. Even still, Kyle wouldn't color it. So I gave it over to my Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern colorist, Jason Wright, over at DC Comics. And he colored it immediately for less than I pay Kyle. Less than I pay Kyle.
Yeah. Jason's great. I worked with Jason for 12 issues of Metal Men. Jason's good and quick, like, and easy to work with. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to upsell Jason, but Jason's he's a great guy. A few words though.
That's fine. I don't need to chat. What I need to do is give Kyle a whipping. He needs the horse whip too. Because this guy, I get pages from him very rarely. I don't know what he's doing.
Don't forget, you have a Cyberfrog from me to do something with one day.
I got your Cyberfrog. I got a ton of Cyberfrogs that I sent over to Jason Wright to get colored. So that's going to probably end up in the calendar too, if that's okay with you.
A fan asked me about it, believe it or not. I guess they had known I drew it, and they were like asking to either see it or where's it being. Like, somebody actually.
You're not allowed. It's and I told, by the way, no, you are. It's okay. Kane and White drew a 10-page Cyberfrog story, and I said I laid down the law to him. I just said, do not show this to anybody. I'm not going to share it. I'm not going to preview it. But don't show it. I paid for it. So don't you fucking show this belongs to me. And he's like, yes, sir. Where's my next one? I'm very good. I pay well, and on time.
I know we got in comics different ways, Ethan, but that was actually the worst part of my story getting into comics is I would do a fill-in issue, and DC used to work 6 months ahead. Everybody talks about DC's not broke. They're not going down the pipe. It's like these people used to do books 6 months ahead. I would do a fill-in issue, and they would be like, of course, Marvel editors would be like, oh, you're working on some DC stuff. Show us some samples. And it's like, I can't show it to you because it hasn't printed yet. And I would have to wait. It was a weird, vicious cycle of you telling somebody that you're working on the book and they kind of believe you, don't believe you because they can't see the pages. It was just weird. And then they would hire you. So you ended up with these weird gaps between jobs just because you couldn't show the pages. So it's funny that you're like, you can't show it. It's like, it's a different memory for me, not being able to show artwork.
Super chat is not working. Super chat working, says Space Monkey 089. No. Let me show you what's happening to me here. Let me show you what the problem is, and you guys will see exactly what I'm enduring right now. And maybe I'll get some sympathy for once. This is the super chat page. Okay, they all build up here, and you can see that I get a preview of the super chats. All right, but I don't get all of them. So it's like I want to read. Al M, thank you for $2. I want to read them. You click see all, and ordinarily they would line up here, and they are not. They are not lining up. So let me see. I'm going to try a different way to find them here. I'm suffering right now. And by the way, it's been like this for a little while. They're just not showing
turn it on and off?
Huh? Well, that's what I did. I kind of closed out and then I relaunched it again, and it still didn't work, which pisses me off. Settings. Let me see here. Can I go to old, like the original channel? Let me see settings. Channel, advanced settings. I mean, this is gay. I need to read my super chats. The whole point of doing a live stream is to entertain people for tips. Yeah. And well, I can't read them.
Get that money.
Yeah, get that money. Share my screen, Shane. Your quotes have made it to a T-shirt.
Hold on.
I saw that. Yeah.
Projecting that shit into the future, homeless and
projecting that seed into
that seed.
Anna's very happy with that. And let's see the next image. I fucked Superman in an alley behind the dumpster, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. Says that's a quote from Shane there.
There you go.
That's even worse. Is she took his T-shirt.
Yeah. I am pissed off. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really sorry that I cannot read any of these super chats for some reason, or maybe I won't be able
to do it on another live stream. Doesn't it keep them? Like, you read it. You might have to just read it on another stream if you can't get it tonight.
You know what? I'm going to open a stream, not go on it. But if all of you who sent a super chat would just try sending it to mine too, and just see if it's happening.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Cecil.
Yeah.
Get to the bottom of this shit.
Let me see here. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, that might be what I have to do. Putin's Power Squat just posted this. You guys have inspired me back to drawing. I'm planning to maybe do a webcomic novel idea. Think of God of War mixed with Berserk, set in Finnish mythos. That sounds interesting.
See, you didn't know. Click back on that. You didn't know what a Slavic squat was, and Cecil said it's real, and see the photo.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Let's see. I guess you do kind of look like that. That is kind of you. Runs with Phantom says, as a wise man once said, make that money dance. Yeah, well, I would like to. I would like to make super chats, but I can't because how could I can't read the old ones. Adrian Stone says, Ethan, you could reset Chrome, but you'd have to start another. Now hold on. I mean, there's a whole other field of study there. Am I using Chrome now? I am using Chrome. I don't know if it's Chrome that's doing this to me though. And I thought about using my iPad to see another way, but I can't. There's no YouTube room where you can see your revenue, which sucks. You can't see the super chats dashboard. No.
Yeah, what's with the gear you're wearing tonight? Someone says it's Finnish. It looks like kind of like Judd Hirsch from Taxi.
He's talking to you, not me. I mean, I don't look like Judd Hirsch. You do. What?
Taxi Driver? What are you talking about?
The TV show Taxi. You've never seen that?
Yes, I know. I can't. The character. Which character?
Alex Rieger, remember? And then he murders that pimp and takes Jodie Foster?
That's Taxi Driver. Are you talking about Taxi the TV show or Taxi Driver?
Yeah, Judd Hirsch was the taxi driver, and he kills.
Yeah, see, you think he's talking about the TV show Taxi. He's talking about the movie.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's talking about Judd Hirsch in Taxi, the TV show.
Yeah, Judd Hirsch, right, with Mary Lou Henner. She played the little hooker, and then he murders.
Oh, I see what you're doing, Cecil. Okay, you just
finally fucking caught on.
Yeah. I'm sitting here looking at Disney Star Wars is dumb. Part of me goes, I could extend this live stream. I could do like a longer live stream instead of leaving everybody stranded like I normally do. It's only been 3.5 hours. I mean, you guys do live streams for 6 hours.
No, I don't. I'm off at 4 or 3. That's it. I can't go like 6. I haven't yet. I thought about when I do another campaign, I might try to do a 24-hour stream, but I think it'll just be a train wreck.
Shane looks ready for a Euro rave. Hard style says runs with Phantoms. 200 Watt Studio says keep going. Cecil's like, this is the hard thing about it. There's a lot of, I'm basically taking advantage of my friends. Yeah. Because, there's no way, like Cecil can't just nope out without an excuse. So you see his face right now. If you look at his face as I'm talking about going until 6 a.m., that's not your face is, I'm stuck with this clown until 6 a.m. because I don't want to
nope out. I noped out last night when you hopped on.
Yeah, but you didn't know I was hopping on. You noped out like before I hopped on, and then I hopped on to torment Anna. You didn't know. You would never do that.
And be like, you think highly of Cecil, don't you? I don't know. And she's like, yeah. And you're like, I don't think he's the guy you think he is.
He's not.
I think he would bang Witten.
Mm-hmm.
Put me on trial there.
Well, I mean, that is my opinion. I said, I think that he would probably bang Witten. I think he finds her very appealing.
No, I like Witten, but I would not. No. Nothing against Witten, but it's just not my.
Yeah. No, nothing against her except for your naked body.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that to her.
Yeah.
Diane Nelson's here. I mean, Diane, can you imagine if this was like Diane Nelson, formerly of DC Entertainment? That'd be crazy if she were in our audience. She says, Cat Pappy looks like Johnny Knoxville. Yes. No, you do. That's a compliment. Johnny Knoxville's a cool guy, and he did dress exactly like you.
Snarticon DM, she's suffered enough.
Witten has?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Ethan gives Anna a weird vibe. I mean, look, everybody should get a weird vibe from me to some degree. What do you think, Shane? Are you like, what is Ethan's problem really? Do you get like a creepy vibe from me? Like I'm a creep? Be honest. Don't worry that I'm here and I'm about to promote your book or not.
Or don't. No, if you promote it now, it's awkward. Like I need it to be genuine promotion. Now, if you do it, it's just because I brought it up. And it's not heartfelt. And
All right. I'll promote your book. Jeez. Shane Davis's Starlight Cats.
Oh.
Wow. Shane Davis's Starlight Cats, one of my favorite campaigns that we're running right now and getting closer and closer to 6 figures. I love to see it. And you do too. You love to see it. Starlight Cats, everyone. Let's check it out.
Oh my God. I didn't say play the trailer.
It's always easy to make friends. Sometimes I feel alone. But then I met Barnaby and learned the truth about all cats on Earth. That they need my help.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, meow, meow. Yeah.
Together with the Starlight Cats, I can collect all the jewels.
Collect
so the
all the
Green
jewels.
Lion rise again.
Shane Davis is going to collect all the
Evil alien
jewels.
rats called the Barracan live to devour all life forms,
In this action-adventure 48-page graphic novel, Rebecca is swept up with the Starlight Cats into an intergalactic conflict. Together, they have to find the power to stop the Americans, who are determined to conquer Earth. Only Rebecca and this elite team of cosmic-powered felines can summon the magic needed to end this universal infestation. This is Starlight Cats Book 1, Merlion Rising. Back this project today, only on Indigo.
Gonna back Starlight Cats now.
Back Starlight Cats by Shane Davis. One of the best trailers in Comicsgate. Fantastic, Shane.
Yeah, Ascension Cinema did that. I appreciate it.
How long?
Long enough, way too long. Especially guys, if you run a campaign, try to get 2 trailers if you can, because seeing the same thing over and over is
But how many seconds is that?
I like it. I can never get tired of that.
Oh,
Play it again?
No.
Oh, let's play it again.
I'll leave. I swear to God, Ethan, stop.
Okay, all right.
Wait,
We'll stop.
we didn't even
Thank
get
you.
to when she met Barnaby.
Yeah, no. All right.
The art is absolutely gorgeous. That's what people are saying, and they're right. I mean, the art and the colors. The colors are really good, really, really good. Damn, it's a beautiful comic, and you can't tell me you give this to your kids; they're gonna love it. I don't think there's any pornography in it. Is there a lot of sex in this? No.
Well, maybe there's a cat on a cat. I don't know.
Cat sex.
Cat
so
sex,
I mean, this is okay. Is the F word in it or anything like that?
Yeah, well, no. Furball. We do use furball. Furball, yeah.
Why do I appear?
We are probably taking those glasses down pretty soon, though, because you have to order them in batches of 48 and then 12. So I'm not going to get stuck with 8 glasses. So there's some number where I'm going to say we're done with the glasses and we're taking them off because they're putting in the order now. So those might actually come down pretty soon because we sold actually a lot more than you see there when we offered the 2-pack for Cyber Monday. So we're probably capping those. If anybody wants those, and that comes with the holographic sticker, you want to get that sooner than later because that's coming down.
Right. And here we go. Here is beautiful Merlion. This is one of my favorite things. When you drew this, I was like, God damn, you're into this. I love it, man. I'm happy with this book. All right. Great artwork from Shane Davis, who was his own worst critic. I mean, Shane is so humble. Why am I in every book? Why do I appear?
Yeah. I didn't want to point it out that you're a yellow sunbeam, and I mean, the dieting will happen, I'm sure, in this issue. We'll get there.
This looks exactly like me, this cat.
Yeah. I wondered when you would notice. I've been this whole time. The only reason I did this, I was like, when will Ethan,
I am flattered by that. I am flattered. Right. I choose to be flattered. Here we go. Starlight Cats. This is a bunch of different variant covers that you can choose from. I like the
awesome John Malin cover. Also, we got to get down to the coach, Kenneth Rocafort. Awesome. Now, the funny story is we had a bit of a competition between John and Kenneth, and then John went into the hospital with COVID, and then all of a sudden he won by 40, but all the comics are going to a hospital. So he obviously, people were betting maybe he wouldn't make it.
He backed them all, right? I mean, he did that. While he was in the hospital, he was bored. He backed all his own books to cheat.
Same old fucking pyramid scheme.
Yep. Shane Davis, Starlight Cats, everybody. There's no reason why this should not get to 100,000. Back this comic book today. And thank you for doing so. Thank you for doing. Let's look at the buckler real quick again. Let me see. The buckler. Did it move? Yeah, it did. Got another backer there. Let's take another look at Cash Grab by Cecil. Let's see if it got to 256 yet. Let's take a look there. Come on now. Oh, no, not yet. We need to get Cecil to 200. Your mom told you one time that, on her deathbed, she said, it would mean more to me than anything if you could raise $256,000 on a single comic book. And you said, Mom, I don't think I can. And I'm telling you, and everybody here right now, what are we afraid of? Why are we afraid?
She's looking down from heaven right now, looking at this campaign.
Yeah, like what would be the worst thing to happen if we let ourselves get Cecil to $256,000? What would be the worst?
What? You learn to love a little? Is that too much to ask? You open your heart? Let me in? Let me inside of you to touch you?
Open your heart and then open your wallet, to Cecil.
Open your wallet and the heart will follow.
Yeah.
Echo Based Network says, back cash grab. Got my copy tonight. Hey, pal, how you doing? I got to be on his show. We got the Fandom Menace in here again. I love making Star Wars videos. I love the Fandom Menace. I love you guys. I'm a part of you, but I realize I failed you during the Rise of Skywalker. I will not do that again. I will be here. I just couldn't stand it. Even Yellow Flash was making Star Wars videos. I was like, I don't want to, I don't want my voice to get lost among all these other voices. So
that was Nick from Echo Base. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, the guy's great.
Now, I don't know if I could repeat it because they're doing a video on it, but he had a really good revelation. I'll tell you what, go over to his channel. They're doing a video on it.
Right now. We can't right now. We can't.
No. I'm telling just to chat later.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're telling them, not me.
He figured out one of their characters. I don't know if you saw that. One of the new, the High Republic.
Mm-hmm. He figured it out. How so?
Can I? Are you in the chat? Can I talk about this shit? Because I don't know. They were doing a video on it. And what did you say? If he gives me the thumbs up, I'll give it to you. I'll let you know. But because Coach and Nick. Coach is a history teacher, and he immediately saw something. What did I say? You can say it. Okay. All right. So there's the character. Do you have any of the pictures of those characters pulled up?
No. Okay. Cecil, I'm promoting your book.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll come to it in a minute.
Okay. Runs with Phantoms, by the way. $5 says, Shane, you've earned a moment of positive self-image. Well done.
What?
When did he do that? What are you talking about?
When? What time of day?
Well, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
No, it did happen. It did happen. Cash grab. What do we stand to lose by letting Cecil win? What does Cecil stand to lose? What is he so afraid of by getting rid of his fear?
I mean, once you lose your dignity, I mean...
What's left? Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, Cecil. I didn't mean that. I mean,
can we get someone out there now who feels it in their heart, who recognizes the importance of this moment in time, who understands the injustice that is perpetrated on Cecil by the universe?
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
an opportunity.
It's Cecil. Let him in.
Knocking at your heart. Is there someone out there who would actually do that? Who would bring Cecil to $256,000 tonight and actually make his mother smile in heaven?
Now she is not dead yet. She's been dying now for quite a while. But this is probably her last night.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to make Cecil's dying mother?
Yeah, and let's beat the buzzer on this one. Unlike Ethan, who dropped the ball with Grandpa.
Yeah. Oh. You don't want to live with that,
What a brutal callback that was. I was way too honest this stream. I tell people too much. Dilladraw says, I'm over here crying for Cecil. F you, Ethan. See, I'm making people feel things. Making people feel things. Now take your time. I will come back to it. But really, I don't want this to leave your mind. I want you to think about Cecil and think about what it would mean for you and him and the world. If you would make Cecil, if you'd give Cecil $92 for cash grab tonight. Think about that. All right. I'll leave that with you. Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet.
Also, guys, real quick, I didn't mean to interrupt Ethan, but what goes good with cash grab, especially for Somalian children to run their little fingers through, is monocles so they can read it.
Oh, you're letting me know very subtly that it's time for a commercial break. I see. Thank you very much for that. Just
And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
if you think Somalian kids don't need Monica. Okay, we're back. Thank you. It's good to be back. Cecil, let's see what you got here. Yes.
Okay, so this is what the guys from Echo based network figured out. This is the new character that's based on a fabulous Matthew McConaughey. But he looked at the name and he figured it out very quickly. It's talking about Pope Leo the 10th, Leo X, and then now change the letters around, is gay. He was a gay pope.
Oh, how about that?
And he was like the bane of Martin Luther. And I don't know the full history, but he was saying he was men. But anyway, they named a hero after a gay pope.
Leo the 10th is gay. Interesting. Yeah, I see the words gay sex hidden in there. I mean, I was going down that road with the, you unscramble that. But no, I think you are. It says oily gay sex, actually.
Now do Shane's name.
Gay sex oil. Gay sex oil. If you unscramble that. Shane's name, if you let me think about it for a second. If you unscramble,
we've done it. Shaved anus. I've heard it.
Shaved anus. And there goes Cecil. Cecil just left. Cecil, come on back. I don't know why you just popped out like that. I think he did it out of outrage for you.
Yeah.
He was mad about it. All right, let me refresh this and try one more time to read super chats. Oh, there he is. Cecil is back. Here we go. That's a big old whoops there from Cecil.
I went to instead of stop sharing, I said leave studio.
That happens all the time. No, super chats are still not coming up for me. But Space Monkey 80899 says I have a restraining order against Cecil. And Camel Moon says, hey, y'all, check out Hail Salad's new Charlie Snogans variant cover. There's also a limited version cover, he says, virgin cover.
Yeah, some awesome covers on that campaign.
Also, Camel Moon is doing the colors now on Fatal, he says. So
I don't believe him.
No. Yeah.
I choose to be suspicious of Camel Moon and everything he does. I second guess everything that he says. I question everything that he does. And that's how I approach my relationship with him.
That one kid on the bus or that one kid in school that would always tell you the craziest things, and you're just like, you just like to lie. Kind of like that, a little like that. Couldn't believe anything he said.
Very much
like
that.
One story, it's like, well, is your dad an astronaut or is your dad the president? He can't be both. Can't expect me to believe that.
Why not?
Could be both.
If I were the president, I would choose to be an astronaut too. I could do whatever I wanted. Why wouldn't I be an astronaut as well?
Oh my God. Why would you go through all the trouble to be the president of the United States and not walk on the moon?
That's the whole point of everything.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I would do it. Why not? They're throwing rockets into space. I'd be like, well, I'm taking that seat. I'm the president.
Your boy Ichibaka has a website called Disney Star Wars is Dumb. And it is. Look how fucking dumb it is. You know what I mean, Cecil?
Yeah.
It's stupid. He's got this article. Nobody wants this shit. I'm going to say shit. Recently, Del Rey has given away the first 8 chapters of their High Republic novel, Light of the Jedi. I read it. I read the first chapter. It was vomitous. We have a special Star Wars The High Republic Light of the Jedi surprise for you. We're gifting you the first 8 chapters free. Read chapters 1 and 2 now, and new chapters are posting each day at the link below through the weekend. No need to wait until January. Ichibaka says, why would they publish an unprecedented 8 chapters for free? Maybe because they can't give this crap away. Much like the ongoing issue with toys and merchandise, the world-class bullshitters has been chronicling. Open airlock policy has been noticing a similar trend with Disney Star Wars books. It says, these photos were taken the evening of Halloween, which was almost 2 months ago, to the day of release. Snarkticon DM, thanks for $10. Says, Shane, when and where can I get your Taskmaster variant cover? It seems like nobody is listing it for order. Ooh.
Yeah, they maybe pulled it. I'm not so sure. It
Really?
was solicited.
Hold on a second. So it was solicited, but you think maybe they pulled it out of Comicsgate grieving?
A lot of people started bitching about it on Twitter, so I don't know. They were just shaming Marvel for print. I don't know. Marvel doesn't really comp me anyways. Like I get one bent up comic after everybody that they pick up off the floor, like the meat that hits the floor. You know, they don't. So I mean, maybe it's being printed, maybe it's not. I did see Marvel tweet it out, and then I saw a lot of people attack that tweet that they were printing it. So
yeah, I was happy to see that I got my DC royalties today. I had my doubts about it. I was like, did DC fire their accounting department? Because ordinarily we get our royalties, 2 royalty checks in December. We get 1 for publishing and we get 2 for merchandising royalties. I have not gotten publishing yet. My publishing paycheck is usually pretty small. You know, it's just royalties from people buying, you know, reordering trade paperbacks and then buying stuff from Comixology. It's a few $1,000s. It's not very much. But my merchandise, my royalties check came for Atrocitus and the video game and all that stuff. It was 5 figures. It was a 5-figure check. I was like,
you made the right call going to DC from Marvel, because Disney is fucking atrocious.
They do not pay royalties. I have not gotten a royalty, and I know that my X-Men stuff is still in print. You know, I know that they're still selling the Grant Morrison stuff. I've never received a lot of royalties from Marvel. It's usually I get about $100 a year from them. But where is it? For the past 5 years, where is it?
I got a question. So we have digital royalties, right? But when they do these like Marvel Unlimited thing where you pay a fee and you just binge like a Netflix thing, how do they decide what they owe you?
I don't know. I really don't. To me, it seems like that's just them giving up. And you'll receive a small fee, maybe.
Right. You hiring a forensic accountant to do it will cost you way more than what you'll get out of them. So they know that.
Yeah, they're going to put everything for sale for one low price. You know what's funny is YouTube Red is kind of like that. Like YouTube Red, if you subscribe to it like I do, means that you don't have to watch any ads, and that's invaluable for watching videos. And you go, well, yeah, but what about the content creators who are depending on me to watch their ads in order to get paid? Well, the answer is they get a piece of my YouTube Red fee. So, you know, it's like, and you'll see, I get it too. Like there are people who watch my videos who subscribe to YouTube Red, and you'll see my YouTube Red revenue, which is my piece of YouTube Red. I think it would be something like that, but I'm being very generous and, I don't know, assuming that DC Comics cares. You know, I was amazed to get a royalty check from them. I'm amazed every time it happens. What are you giving me money for? You know, I run you down on YouTube every single day, every day. Nobody over there that I care about anymore.
I know why.
Why?
Because of who your partner was for most of that time.
Oh, Jeff, of course. Yeah, they're going to be paying Jeff forever.
You got your man on the inside, and he's a big wig, and they can't cut your royalties while keeping his.
Yeah.
Well, but Jeff is a big wig, but Jeff technically, I don't know what he is to DC Comics anymore, because I think he's they were telling me like no, Jeff's just an employee now. He's not like a officer or anything at DC. Like he's just a freelancer.
Listen,
So-
he's big enough to make that Ray Fisher.
Oh yeah.
Life of living hell. So I mean, he's still pretty big over there. He tortured that, didn't he?
He was able to torture Ray Fisher.
Yeah.
Not because he was black, but it didn't help. It didn't help.
Yeah, I'll tell you a story later on. It nothing to do with Ray Fisher. No, it has to do with Jeff. It's just some books at DC and talking about torture. I'm not going to do that here. I'll tell you later on. It's funny. Just remind me later on. It is funny.
I like the racist stuff now. I like just being like, well, you know what? Here's the thing. First of all, I have zero racism in me at all. And for some reason, me of all people, I would sit there and be around people who were racist and be deeply uncomfortable. I'd be like uncomfortable in my jammies over people, saying bad things about other people of other races. Literally, that is how I felt. And yet something happened to me where it was important that the comic book industry decide to make me into the avatar for bigotry. And it's so weird and absurd because it's just not a part of who I am. I mean, listen, I'm definitely a chauvinist.
Well, here's what happens. It's when you hear somebody being called a racist, 5 years ago, you'd be like, what the fuck's up with that guy?
Is he
racist? Like, you'd be like, I don't want to be, is he racist? That guy's racist. Now, you don't even look because it's like literally the go-to thing. He's a
racist. And it's like,
I disagree. Well, you're a racist. It's like, what? Where the fuck? Like,
yeah, but it's different because they made me the Doctor Doom of, in comics. Like they made me Darth Vader. So, I'm supposed to be, you just assume, it's like, yeah, like they're sure of it. I'm pretty racist, right?
Adrian Stone. Yeah. The racist is a new jerk. Yeah, it's like a light insult now. It's like, yeah, he's a racist. That guy.
But it's gotten to the point now where I'm just like, I don't care anymore. You lean into it with jokes and hope they catch on. There are people who watch this channel just to clip it out and go, "See, I told you so." He hates women.
Here's the thing now. There's a thing now where if you don't like something, they say you're racist. Like if people that don't like this new Star Wars stuff, they're just going to say, well, you don't like it because you're racist. It's like, it's that's the worst of it is if you just don't like something that they dub as the right thing that they
here's
think
my
is progressive.
concern. But here's the thing. Like, I don't care what they say. The only thing that I'm concerned, like these people, if they want to think I'm a racist or sexist or homophobe, I will let them think that. That's fine. My concern is my fans. You know what I mean? Like, what if I have what if I have a single black fan? And I might have one. I don't know. I assume almost everybody here is white male, heterosexual.
Mm-hmm.
But it's possible that I have some female fans. It's possible that I have some fans of color, which is FOC, fans of color. Or some LGBTQ. My dad calls them leg butts. LGBT people leg butt. He thought that was funny. My dad. It's possible. I don't want them to think that I feel that way about them. That's my only thing. SJWs can think that I think that about them because I do. But my actual fans, fuck, man, I would, I love them. I don't want them to think that I look at them differently because of immutable characteristics. That pisses me off. Hopefully they know that and we understand that. But god damn it,
a lot of people are identifying themselves now as Asian, brown, Mexican. So this is perfect. I'm able to.
Now we know who to block.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it, boss.
Wrenches, block all the people who are coming forward. Yeah, no, I mean, it pisses me off. It does. I love you guys. You guys who were in my audience. I hope you don't think that about me. I hope you guys understand what was done to my reputation 2 years ago and understand and know that I love you. We're all racist at heart, says Antonio.
Stop helping.
That's the kind of shit that's funny. I like that. Angry Vanling says, "Love it when you do long streams, Uncle E." And also, since you asked yesterday, this is Indian rupees. Oh, that's what that symbol is, rupees. So it's not worth much. The super chat is worth $1. Wrong. It's worth $5. You can tell by the green color.
I was you. Wrench me. I'm white.
Let's see. Shanth and Jetty says, "We know you aren't racist." Oh, thanks, pal.
Yeah, I mean, you spend 5 minutes with Ethan, and you're like, "This guy is no Shane Davis." Like, it's
that right away.
God.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. I was waiting on it.
I'm joking.
I was waiting on it.
Oh God, it is the way it is. No, I mean, this is who I get to be now for the rest of my life. I think until I don't know. Maybe if the comic book industry just implodes and these people kind of scatter to all corners of the universe. Maybe that'll go away, but otherwise I'm stuck with this. Like I get to be the demon, I think Zach called me the monster, Ethan Van Sciver or whatever it was to these people. And Andrea hates it. She's like, "Stop calling yourself Darth Vader. Stop doing that." She's like, "That's not who you are. You have a good heart." And I'm like, "No, but you either cry about this stuff or you laugh about it and have fun with it. It's like you do one of those two things, and I would rather laugh about it and have fun with it. It's just who I am. Oh, it's the demon Ethan Van Sciver. He's not racist, guys. Shane, when's your next stream? Says don't. My crowd only wants to hang out with bigots. I love that we're like the hypocrisy of all of this is I'm complaining that this was done to me while we're doing it to Shane actively.
Shane, I said one joke. I haven't brought up your virulent anti-Semitism in weeks. And do I get any credit for that?
Shane's just like, this is some bullshit. All you guys do is call me a racist. That's
I
all.
don't.
Well,
I think it loud.
Dilladraw says it's okay, Shane, as long as you feel bad about it. And then there's, the symbol here. All right. Let me try one more time with these super chats.
I'm sorry, my mic's off. I did say a lot of shit to Cecil.
All right, let me see. Can we try it again?
Yeah, he once gave me. He found out I'm half Sicilian, and he gave me the whole history of Sicily. But he didn't fucking leave out a fucking thing.
I don't know what's up, guys. I'm sorry about the super chats. I'm doing my best, but I will go back and I'll read them tomorrow. I'll do a live stream tomorrow, and I'll catch up on all the super chats. And thank you. Thanks for sending them. Appreciate it. Antoine Dennison, who appears to be black. Says, "Please stop calling Shane an anti-Semite." Wow, that's powerful. That is powerful, Shane. He feels your pain. He doesn't want anybody to call you an anti-Semite.
I didn't call him. What's he pointing at?
You.
Shane's accusing Cecil of this. Terrible. Well,
just because I can't finish Schindler's List, I'm sick of I'll finish it. If it will get you guys off my back, I will finish.
The end is really good. Schindler's List, and there are two movies that will actually bring me to tears.
Said no. I said I would finish Schindler's List. Don't tack two more on.
Did you watch Saving Private Ryan? Did you watch that movie? Okay, because that movie, you go, well, real men don't cry at the movies. The end of that movie does. I think it actually does get guys to cry. I think so. Because it's like, the guy's like, "I hope I was worthy of, you losing your life for me." The old man looking at I'm like, yes, of course I was. That's what I would have said. Yeah,
there's a lot of people in Saving Private Ryan, like Vin Diesel's in it for a split second.
A lot of people are in it. It's a big movie. It's a guy's movie. Women don't like it, I don't think. They do like Schindler's List, though. I don't know why. I will watch that movie. First of all, Ray, what's his name, who plays the Nazi? Ray Fiennes. Awesome.
Amazing actor. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, he's the he's fantastic, and he's great in that role.
Yeah, you'd love him, Shane.
I watched. I know the scene. Ray Fiennes has been in some really good films outside of that movie too, so I understand.
What was the one that Strange Days? Was that him in that?
Yes, yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I like that one.
Snarkticon DM says we took a class trip in 8th grade to see Schindler's List. I actually fell asleep during it, and he's got the Shane Davis.
Surprise.
No, it ends really well. Like the movie at the end, it makes you ask questions about. I like these movies that make you ask questions about whether you're good enough or whether you spent your life doing the right thing. Runs with Phantom says maybe if Shane hadn't led kids to the Zyklon B party dressed as a clown, the karma of those associated with him would be good enough for Cash Grab to make it to 200K. Interesting. 300K, you mean?
Actually, on my screen out. Let's change the subject.
Okay, let's.
No, here we go. What did he pull up?
No, I want to show my favorite part of Doug's stream today. Can you hear it?
Do $200. I go, what happened? Why did it happen?
Mike Lindell is awesome. I'm Doug Tenaple in exile.
Why does he do that? Where he talks on his pillow like that? He's done that a few times where he films himself on his pillow with his eyes closed.
Because
he wants because he wants you to know what it's like to wake up next to him in the morning or go.
Fucking nightmarish. That's good. That was a good ending.
I think it's because it was the My Pillow guy.
My Pillow guy. Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah,
I get where Doug's on the phone.
You get
why do you like Doug all of a sudden? I don't know shit about you two, but you went from ostracizing him. Now you're trying to hitch your wagon to him. Yeah.
I'm not gonna stop ostracizing him. He thinks I hate him and hate Christians. I'm like, he never read The Room right with me at all, ever. But yeah, I don't hate
you. Hated Doug Tenaple more than anyone.
Yeah, no, I called this bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a terrible person. I mean, he really is a
fucking phony.
Yeah,
he's a completely fucking
a phony. That's like a kind of a good way to say it.
He's a phony. He's a gas bag. He's a fucking self-important fucking He's just a smug. Doug is just the fucking the most concise way to say it. But I don't hate him. But I will always fucking call him out on that shit. So people are like,
God, he is so different sober.
Who, Cecil? Yeah, I noticed that. It's I'm looking at him like, what are you saying exactly? What do you mean?
So I'm saying I just joined his channel. I'm a member at the highest tier.
Outstanding. All right. So
you got a weekly 20-minute chat with me. Members only.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me see. Let's see. Last time I saw Doug, he was leeching off Oz. Now he's the new PewDiePie. Can you imagine if Doug became the new PewDiePie? Like he blew up so big, it was like 300 million subscribers. And he was bigger than all of the news networks combined, shaping culture. God, I can see that happening, Cecil.
To Doug.
I can see that happening.
It's Dougie Pie. We're playing Minecraft today.
Oh, God. Runs with Phantom says, I actually really admire your perseverance, Shane. A lot of people who admire Shane for putting up with this shit. Yeah.
Somebody said sober Cecil is disconcerting. They said the difference is he's coherent now.
You're coherent all the time. You make some of the best cogent points when you're drunk, and you're funny. Which is weird because the more I drink, if I drank what you drank, I become stupider. I become whiny. I become
hospitalized if you drank what I drank.
Oh my God, I couldn't do it. I physically couldn't do it. But if I were, when I'm drunk like that and trying to talk and make a point, I'm not funny. I'm a fucking bore. You are hysterical when you're drunk. Hilarious.
Do you drink more in December to try to make up for January?
No, I don't know. I don't not like. No, but here's the thing. Here's why I know my thing is food and not alcohol. Because if I know I'm about to start a diet, I do load it on. I'm like, oh, I got to do it now before fucking I start on whatever day. Like you fucking. But no, I don't start over drinking in December because I'm not gonna drink it.
Yeah. Drunk Cecil is dead sexy. People are saying Drunk Cecil's dead sexy. Can't be first comics, gotta be politics stuff. No, I mean, look, here's the thing. People are still wondering, like, what's up with how long is this gonna last for Doug? Here's what you need to understand about YouTube, and this is why it's like such a big deal. Doug is going to be making 7 figures a year at YouTube. But that is only if he makes content every single day, a lot of content, 2 to 3 videos a day, consistently, even through all of this. So one asks oneself, why do you do comics again? What are you doing comics for? Doug's Earthworm Jim comic hasn't moved, despite the fact that he's got 300,000 subscribers and his the links are in his description to his video. Earthworm Jim hasn't moved. He hasn't sold any, really. It's an escape hatch. Here's the thing. Doug is a narcissist, and I know that because I am too, and I recognize his narcissism. What is better for us than YouTube? Like, being a comic book artist is lowly, tough work. It's a grind. I do it because ultimately it's permanent. I leave it behind. I take more pride in my comic book work than I do my YouTube stuff. But I love being on YouTube. I love it. I love having a big subscriber count. I love talking to 1,071 people at 4:30 in the morning on a weekday. I love all that shit. Doug TenNapel is the same as me in so many ways. When he has 300,000 people that he's talking to that are sending him feedback and listening to his every word, and he's a moron. Doug is a dummy. But people are listening to him and saying nice things to him. He will stop doing comics because, he really is after money. I mean, that's why he got hooked up with Comicsgate in the first place. It was a matter of money and paying the bills. You can live life. If you're making $1 million doing YouTube, you can live life in a whole new way. The work isn't that hard. You can spend time with your wife. You could spend time with your family while being a star in some limited way. So I think the YouTube stuff is going to ramp up, and I think what he would do is take this audience and turn it into a political channel full time. Just, whatever it is, he's giving the Christian, Republican, far right perspective to everything that goes on, whether Trump wins or loses or goes away entirely. Doug will continue to make this content and make that money. What do you think, Cecil?
I think we have to hand a W to Nancy Pelosi and the stinking fetid streets of San Francisco.
Henry Bemis says, Ethan, you're not a narcissist, you're an egotist. I'm not sure if I'm a narcissist or not. I think people who hate me call me a narcissist, and I go, I like myself a lot. Maybe I am. I don't know. What does it mean to be a narcissist, Cecil?
I'm reporting from the excellent and Dougcasting network. A telephone loan from God.
Isn't a narcissist?
That's
that's a psychopath.
Narcissists don't have human feelings, or is that like?
I thought that was a psychopath.
Or it's sociopath. I have human feelings. Yeah, I definitely have human feelings. Trencher1375 says, there are plenty of great YouTubers in the world, but there are less than 5 artists of your caliber. Please continue the Cyberfrog saga. That's what I'm here to do. And by the way, I'm doing it for the money too, and I'm making more than $1 million a year doing comics. So there's no reason for me to stop. Let me see here. So what is a narcissist? Does anybody know? Like what it is?
Your definition of a narcissist is somebody who is great and recognizes his own greatness. Guilty.
Narcissism is pride. Recognizes their own greatness. Let's see. Egotists do things motivated to boost their ego.
When God gives you a gift, he tells you, don't hide it under a bushel. Let the light shine. And that's what I'm doing.
All right,
it ain't bragging if you can do it.
That is true. Let me look at narcissism and see what it is. Or narcissist. Let's see what a narcissist is. Narcissistic personality disorder. We'll look at this together, and I'll decide if this is. I'm going to diagnose myself. I'm going to be objective too. Narcissistic personality disorder. One of the several types of personality disorders is a mental condition in which people have an inflated sense of their own importance. Yeah, maybe a deep need for excessive attention and admiration. Troubled relationships. Oftentimes, and a lack of empathy for others. I have no empathy for some people, but other people I do. I don't know. Maybe I have narcissistic personality disorder. Troubled relationships. How we doing, Cecil? You and me.
We're doing all right.
Okay. How we doing, Shane? Have I troubled our relationship? Good. Okay.
Who says I don't have empathy? Mike Mayer came around looking for a plug. I was like, get a job, hippie.
All right. What are the 9 traits of a narcissist here? The 9 signs that you're dating a narcissist. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the 9 traits of a narcissist are a grandiose sense of self-importance, preoccupation with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, and a belief that they're special and unique and can only be understood by. And then I don't know. Is this what this is here?
I'm finding out like my peer group is getting smaller. First of all, I'm 6'8", and also I'm a YouTube god. How could I be judged by a group of my peers if I'm ever on trial? Good luck. There's only like 2 of us, me and PewDiePie.
All right, here we go, Cecil. Grandiose sense of self-importance. Yes, check. Preoccupation with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love. No, I don't have that. Belief that they are special and unique and can only be understood by or associate with other special or high-status people or institutions. Yes, I believe I'm special and unique, but the other part, no.
900.
Need for excessive admiration. Yes. Sense of entitlement. Definitely. Interpersonally exploitative behavior. Absolutely not. I'm very generous. I don't exploit people. Lack of empathy. No, I have empathy for everyone except for Smiller. Empathy of others or a belief that others are envious of them.
All right. So we have some common ground.
Check.
Okay.
Demonstration of arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes. Yes. Yeah. So I would give myself like half of those, Cecil. I'm troubled by that.
First of all, not having empathy for Mike is not a sin.
Yeah.
It means you're normal.
I do have empathy for Mike. That's the thing that's so frustrating about it. I do care about Mike. That's why I agonize over everything about this guy.
Let it go.
Yeah. Bob Bug with one eye is king. Ethan equals retarded. You only have to have 2 of those traits to be a narcissist. What do you think of that, Shane? Did you have any of those traits?
I think every artist does. To be honest, and I don't know. Like, it's kind of hard not to see that when you're dealing with a blank sheet of paper. I mean, you have to have something in you, right, to get through a blank sheet of paper into a comic page.
Yeah, I think that's true. EVS cares about Mike's Bitcoin. All right, let me take a look at Bitcoin, by the way.
I am not a narcissist because I want to be rich but not famous. That's why I wear a mask. I would like never. If I'm never recognized, that would be perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, I don't want to be recognized.
Yeah, you do.
Like, not in the real world. No, not in the real world.
Oh.
I like my anonymity. Like, the worst thing in the world would be, hey, it's Ethan Van Sciver, when I was out like shopping and buying coffee rinds. I mean, that'd be the fucking worst thing imaginable. I always hope if anybody sees me who knows me, like from YouTube, they understand that I don't want to be approached. I just don't. Bitcoin is at $34,073 right now. So it's staying there. And you know what? Like, here's the thing. Speaking of jealousy and envy, I'm starting to notice it in media outlets when it comes to Bitcoin. Because, like, I think Bitcoin's a scam, but what do I know? I don't know anything about it. So I could be completely wrong. I'm not really rooting for its failure. I'm rooting for Mike's failure. So at the same time, like, I was looking at Bloomberg, and yesterday Bitcoin took a little dip in the middle of the night and sunk from $34,000 to $31,000. Right? It's still enormous. And they were crowing. It's over for Bitcoin. It's down by 10%. The rally is over. And I was like, bitch, how can you like, it went down $3,000. It's right back up again where it was. And when you say that, like, like you're celebrating, I have to think that there's something to Bitcoin, and you people are afraid of it. And listen, like I said, I want Bitcoin to be a scam. I want Mike to fail because it's funny. But, like, at the same time,
I, for the record, do not want Mike to fail.
I do. I definitely do want Mike to fail. When it comes to schemes and scams, he should fail. There's no way that Mike should ever, if this were a story, there's no way that Mike as a character should ever stumble into a get-rich scheme and it actually succeed, because he's been doing it for like decades now. Get-rich schemes, and they're all failures. They're all scams. This should fail too. Like, if Mike succeeds, it should be because one of his comic books takes off. But the story of Mike should not be that he found a scam that worked. That's just not acceptable.
Well, isn't that kind of what Ray Kroc did with McDonald's? He just kept trying to.
No, it wasn't a get-rich scheme for him. That was innovation.
No, but I mean, he was the guy who he didn't do McDonald's until he was in his 50s. But he spent his life, weren't you the guy who was doing this? And weren't you the guy who was doing that? And weren't you the guy who said this was going to be the next big thing? That's who he was. He was always chasing.
Yeah. Antoine Dennison says Mike's failure equals hungry kids, just like you in 1990. Antoine, I completely understand that. Which is why I want Mike to succeed at something that is grounded in comics or something that's actual hard work. But succeeding in a scam would be sad. It would just be that's why I think the universe.
What if it's not a scam? What if you're wrong?
That's the thing. I don't know anything about Bitcoin. It sounds like a scam. And the people who are saying it's definitely a scam, it's a bubble, like, their whole world would erupt, like their reputations would implode if it turned out, like, these financial people, these financial advisors that are in the media, if Bitcoin actually became a replacement currency, it would destroy their whole worlds. And that's why I see them celebrate when Bitcoin, which just went through like a 100% rally in its value, dips down by 10%, and they're all shitting themselves with like laughter. Like, it's over. It's over.
You want to start protecting Bitcoin? Start handing over Bitcoins to relatives of Congress and Senate, and you'll see a lot of protection.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Drunky McGassel says, have you gentlemen formulated some sort of Ocean's 11 style plan to steal a truckload of DC paper for Ethan Drawn? Yet? Well, I wish that they would. I need DC paper. Shane, what you need to do is talk to DC and say, I need like 3 crates of paper.
I tried to get as much of it shipped to me before I came over to Comicsgate. Just because of that, I was like, I gotta get in and get it before they demonize me.
I did too, and I used it all on Cyberfrog Blood Honey. I would love to get more of that shit. It's so good. Or just tell me where to buy it. I'll buy it. I'll make all caps comics paper.
They say it's just Strathmore paper, but I don't think it is, because the Kubert School paper is supposed to be Strathmore paper, but it's not the same paper. I don't know.
I use the Kubert School stuff and I suffer with it. It's uncomfortable. And then like I'll sit there and I found like a few sheets of DC paper that I started to draw on, and I'll white out what I started to draw so that I can use that paper for Cyberfrog. That's how good it is. It's like, oh, here's a page that I didn't finish for Green Lantern. Let me just white it out so I can make Cyberfrog on it. And we don't know. It's what is it called? It's great.
Why don't you get some of the artists that work there to get it for you? They got to be up for some money at this point.
Oh, we're going to start black market. There's going to be a black market trade without a work
thing. Like DC Comics is very protective of their paper lately. Like they used to send you like a crate of it when you asked for it. Now it's like, I need more paper, and you'll get a stack like this in a FedEx box. And it's like, that's 2 issues worth of paper. Well Hung and Dunk says, please talk more paper. I don't recognize sarcasm. So I will continue to talk about paper. Yeah, I would love to get it. I would love to get more of it. It's so good. Nice. A conversation about paper. What's so special about DC? We don't know. It's just really good. It's good quality paper.
The thing with Artist Board is because I worked at a print place one time, but a lot of it's like pressing the paper with heat. So it's not actually probably the paper. It's probably however it was put in the machine and pressed. Probably.
All right. So let me see here. I'm going to go through our campaigns and see if Cecil made any money at all. I mean, that's the sad thing about this, is that I have my doubts. The world isn't fair.
I have no doubt.
All right, well, let me look here. Let's see if we can get you to 256 here. Refresh. We did it, Cecil. We did it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Echo Base Network says, if you guys could keep one comic that you own, what comic would it be? Fuck. You want to answer that one? One comic that we own in our collection?
Mine would be the Mobius Silver Surfer issue 1. It was a 2-issue thing. I think I'll go with issue 1.
What about you, Cecil?
I think X-Men 137.
That's a good one. I would choose Fantastic Four versus the X-Men #1, which I fortunately have autographed by everyone who worked on it. Because it was the fire. I mean, that was the spark that started the fire in me. I bought that comic off the stand, and it made me realize how curious I was about comics and how much I wanted to know about these characters. And I could look at that comic every day for the rest of my life and still be happy with it. Is it the most expensive comic? No, you can get it for $2. But it means something to me. So that's if I had to get rid of all other comics, all my valuable comics would go in the garbage. Especially the one Cecil just gave me that he spent. Oh, Cecil, hold on a second here.
Somebody in the chat just said Cecil can finally put that final pillow on his mom's face.
Cecil got me this. I keep it right in front of me now, in front of the portrait that he did for me. Fantastic Four #6 in 6.0 condition. Thank you, Cecil. I am going to crack it open though, because I want to read it. I'm going to read there are a bunch of YouTube videos on how to open CGC packages. I hate that this is locked up. I want a page.
Yeah, open it up.
It's like a complicated thing. Like, you have to open it up carefully so that it doesn't damage the comic. Like, crack it open a little bit at a time. And then the book itself is sealed in a plastic bag that there's almost no excess seam around it. So you have to take a razor blade and carefully cut it out. But I'm going to do it with much care and precision. Thank you, Cecil.
The only downside is you're going to just see that the inside is just filled with Chinese newspaper clippings.
Oh. That'd be amazing, dude. That'd be great. Esh 244A for $10 says, I told my dad to buy Dirtworm Doug because he's been listening to him for Trump info. I told him that guy's full of shit and you need to know his story. Who did we hear about that today? One of our friends said that his mother received a video, one of the Doug's fake Trump videos. Like, Doug is out there giving these people hope. He's giving old people hope that Trump is going to be elected tomorrow, that he's going to be continuing the and wow, that's a powerful thing. That's a really powerful thing. Mr. Softly says, your hat offends me, Ethan. Your hat offends me. EVS come with a Doug T tier. My hat.
My tier is much, much higher. I'm 6'8". Highest tier on YouTube. Doug Tanaple. Rarefied air.
All right. I don't know. Let me try one more time to get these super chats here, and we'll see what happens. I resent all of this. Completely resent them. It's not working.
I don't know why people can't. I know I like that Doug is full of shit. I want to see how far it can go. Am I making any sense?
No, but it can go forever. I mean, it can go really, really far because there are people who are listening to him and they're just like, please, like, I want this outcome. I know how it is because when it comes to politics, and I used to like watch political shows on YouTube, and I look for the ones that are saying what I want to hear. You don't look for the truth. You don't look for objective truth. That's why those news networks don't exist anymore. You have what you want to hear on these news networks. So, it's like you tune to Fox until Fox betrays you. Then you go to Newsmax or what is it? Owen, whatever that is. Otherwise, you're in one of the far left, CNN, MSNBC. They give you your reality. They just soothe you with what you want to hear rather than what is the reality of the situation.
Thank you. Jack Stafford. Cecil is admiring the grift and waiting for. Well, here's what it is. He was insufferable at like 5,000 subs. What level? Like, I just want to see what his final form is. I can't. I'm fucking excited to see where this goes. Like, everybody's like, "What? You like him now?" It's like, no. I'm cheering this on because I'm fucking fascinated to see what Doug will. If 5,000 subs Doug was that,
why would he change?
What the fuck is 500? It's going to be fucking out of control, and I'm just going to be like loving watching it.
I don't think he changed. I think he just feels that like everyone else realized how great he already knew he was. I don't know if he's going to change much. We'll see. It's going to be it'll be interesting. It's fun to watch Mike Miller try it as well.
I'm making my chrysalis right now, Ethan. Changing, always metamorphosizing. Doug Tanaple, grow or die.
All right, look, I want to say I love you all here. It's almost 5 a.m. now. We did a 4.5-hour live stream. A lot of people are concerned that I'm going to take it down, and I will. I'm going to private this. So that, I'll betray no, I won't. I won't do it. I'll leave it up. I promise I will leave it up. Despite what it does to my channel, my humble channel that's only growing 1,000 subscribers every 3 days, which to me, by the way, a month ago, I would have been like, holy shit, my channel's growing faster than ever. But now I'm like, it's not growing. Like Doug's getting 35,000 subscribers a minute, and I'm...
I hope you make $1 million so I could just see how stupid you are.
Yeah, the timing of this seems a little competitive.
That's ironic now. It's beautiful. We love you guys. Thank you. I'm not going to unlist it. I'll just leave it up. I want people to be able to see Shane Davis, see Cecil.
So,
yeah. And